Hello, everyone. Hello. I'm 5 minutes early. Um, we're gonna be doing some outreach today on Discord. The weather is kind of shit outside. It's kind of a typical Dutch weather. Tone is here. Hello, Tone. Jonathan is here, and Martin. Hello, guys. Nice to have you here. Um, from yesterday's stream, we got a person who wants to debate us, so we'll start with that. Let me type. So we'll start with that, and whenever he's ready, we're gonna be doing that, having conversations with them. Hey, VPM, nice to see you here. It's I hope VPM that I didn't cause you to stop doing Discord outreach because I joined and a lot of trolls also joined. I hope that's not why you stopped doing Discord outreach. Maybe it's just getting tired or something, because I don't want you to stop doing that. I think you're very good at it. I was in Discord. Oh, wait, let me. Oh, damn, I didn't start the server to highlight the comments. The most important part of this. Okay, let me start the server. Let's see, highlighted comment. Refresh, thank you. Okay. I was in Discord earlier while lifting, but I'm gonna go write a script. That's cool, I like that. Write a script, right away the script, we gotta get there. You sound so mellow today. I'm a bit mellow, yeah. I woke up in the middle of the night like always, and I still haven't broken that cycle yet. Same time, 4 a.m. Stay awake for like 5 a.m. and then the birds start chirping away. Those dicks, those birds. Can you just? It's early, guys. Can you? What's going on? So then it's different. It's even more difficult to sleep. But I'm okay. I'm getting there. It moved from 3 to 4, so at some point it will be better. Oh God, not the Discord animal abusers again, says Renee. Renee, we gotta have patience. By the way, Renee, if you want to join in the conversations here, because you're a pretty good animal activist, and we could use you in the Discord server. Oh, your agenda's changed a little bit. You're still doing it. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I respect that. Chip. Liv wasn't vegan. I was mistaken. Oh, okay. I hope they are now. Yeah, I was already on the Discord server. I already go there from time to time to meet people there. It's kind of cool, actually. When we don't do these streams, there's a lot of vegan people there, and it's kind of cool. Yeah, it's nice to see the community being there. Okay, I'm still waiting, by the way. The reason why I'm not still going in Discord right now, I'm still waiting for this person that we discussed yesterday to tell me when they're ready, and we're gonna do the conversations with them first, and then go on Discord and do some more outreach. I also prepared my food already, so I don't get hungry. So I expect to be here for a bit. Been speaking to Alexandra. I don't know, like you guys know Alexandra, the radical veganerin, and she was on TV, which is pretty cool. Outreaching on TV, like having a conversation with somebody. So that's pretty cool. I think you reach a lot of people that way, that people who wouldn't normally be interested in YouTube. So that's also good. Yeah, I feel like we got such a nice bunch of people who are fighting for animals. We definitely need more not consistency in the sense of people doing it more, but I think in a sense of we need to cover all bases, because I think like the outreach part is going pretty good, but we also need more policies. We also need all this kind of stuff to to ring in. Hell, we even need more vegan communities. We need people who become vegan to be able to be in a community where they feel safe, you know. Ah, VPM, no. Well, have fun, everyone. See y'all tomorrow, maybe. Okay, VPM. Have an awesome thingy time, gym session thing. By the way, speaking of gym, I don't know what to tell you, but I've been bulking up like crazy. I gained 2 kilograms. I weighed myself today, 2 kilograms, and it's mostly just like muscle. I've also been lifting heavier and heavier, so I don't know. People saying you can't build muscle on the plant-based diet. I say again, it's like they're just insane. Hey Jennifer, thank you. Nice to have you here. I see the avatar is not working. It just says avatar everywhere, so the plugin is a little bit broken that it doesn't show the avatar. Let's see if this person, they were supposed to be ready already. They'll come in soon. So for everybody who just joined in, we're waiting for a person to come and have a bit of a debate. A person who reached out from yesterday, and we're gonna be having that conversation first and then doing outreach. I was also thinking I kind of really want to do also some more chill sessions. I want to schedule a chill session per week or something where we, I don't know, just chill and watch some stuff, or you know, take it easier, unite, be a community. I should get into it too, just to trigger them. Since I'm super skinny right now, they'd hate the progress. Yeah, Renee, let me know if you need help with that. Like, I can give you some pointers with the gym to help you out on how to make it better and stuff, or how to put on muscle faster. Hmm. Yeah, would be cool. Would be cool. Um, yeah. So as I was saying, I really wanna get this whole chill session also. I think it's a very important part that we don't speak nearly enough. We aim for this fight for the animals, which is very good. By doing outreach, by doing sorry, government work. I don't know how to call it when you basically do that kind of stuff. Um, but we also need a little bit of support. So chill sessions could help bring that. But if anybody here feels like they want to contribute more to the community, I think it's a good idea to just create communities, maybe in your city, you know, like make a meetup or something, announce it, and tell people, hey, I'm vegan. I'm sure that's the thing about being vegan. Huh? Like, there's some people who kind of struggle a little bit. I feel like I was vegan for 8 months until I went and did some outreach. And after I did outreach, I found my vegan friends. So, but those 8 months were a bit difficult because of that. So everybody needs a little bit of community. Everybody needs a little bit of, you know, we unite under the same values. So it's good to organize those kind of stuff. I actually was talking to the We the Free people that We the Free should be helping out with this, like just giving some funds and getting people to organize these kind of meetups, just where people chat and interact. You know what? Until this oh, here they came online. Okay, perfect. Let's see. Okay. Hi. I'm good. Give me 1 second. Let me put you in the in the chat here. Let me see if I can hide this and make yourself a little bit bigger. Okay. Okay. I think. Wait. Let me. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're kind of good.
I
We're pretty
can't
good.
see your camera currently,
You
but
can't see my camera?
I'm
Okay, let me see.
taking note.
Maybe it's because it's being used by this um by YouTube. But let me see if I can make it work. That maybe I choose this other camera, and maybe that works. Can you see my camera now?
I can indeed.
Okay, perfect. So tell me, what?
What my viewpoint?
Yes.
Yes, so I strongly believe in ethical farming. A lot of my extended family are farmers. I live all around them, be it dairy farms, cattle, and sheep. Um, Personally, I believe that, I mean, the practices that we personally follow in terms of dairy, if we're talking about cows, any cows that produce milk are allowed to live full lives after they finish production. Any cows that they reject, any babies that they reject, are the only ones that are then taken and slaughtered later. Um, it's the same with sheep. We don't, I can't think of the word, not vasectomize, we don't neuter them. Same with pigs. All of these sorts of things, the animals are extremely well taken care of, and they are our friends. This way, we can love them twice. Is what we say. Is that they grow up around us. We look after them. We give them as good a life as they can. They have miles and miles and miles to roam around. They have each other. They are fed extremely well, better than us a lot of the time. And throughout their lives, they're happy. When it comes to a time where they aren't able to live happily anymore because they are in pain, etc., etc., they get diseases. There are plenty and plenty and plenty of diseases that are currently roaming the UK farming world that are making it near impossible to really make any sort of profit from farming whatsoever. And that's including crops, that's including everything.
Okay.
So realistically, I'm just thinking in terms of full ethical practices being followed, what really is your problem with still farming and using animal products?
So let's go a little bit through it. Do you forcefully inseminate animals?
No,
So you don't use artificial insemination in any way?
not whatsoever. No,
Okay. Do
we have.
you
Sorry, Graham.
go on, go on? I'm curious about the insemination process.
We have two bulls. They one of them is
Wait,
7, one of them is 4.
since you mentioned there's two bulls and how many cows?
Currently 26
Okay.
across somewhere around 30 acres.
Okay. Go on. And how does the process go?
All natural. Sows go in heat. Bulls are, well, they're bulls.
But do you keep them
So
separate?
generally, yes. Apart from when they're in heat, then obviously not. But when they are, when they aren't, yeah, they're kept in separate fields.
Okay. Do you take away the babies from the mother?
We don't take them. The only time they are ever taken and cared for is if they're rejected, which is really starting to happen quite a lot.
How can you tell if they're rejected?
So generally, you'll find them having either been sat on. You'll find them very emaciated, having not eaten. The mother won't generally want anything to do with them, and a lot of the times, none of the other cows will either. When a mother when a sow rejects a calf, generally they are rejected by the entire herd. So a lot of the time, you find them alone, unable to, can't think of the word, socialize. So a lot of the time, because that cow is already not going to have a great life. If it was left as it was in the wild, it would be dead within a month, maybe a little bit more, depending. But it's very unlikely that they survive very long. So we still care for them. We still raise them to adulthood, and depending on how well they're able to socialize then, and how well they're able to interact with other members of their own species, other animals on the farm, if they don't do well, then unfortunately we do send them off to be slaughtered.
Okay, and how can it be that you have only two bulls and 26 cows? Surely there were more males, right? There's a 50-50 chance that they're born in a male or female. How does it happen that somehow there's only two bulls and 26 cows?
So um, we sell off with the males. We can't make any profit from them, so we sell them off to other farms. They use them for breeding. From there, we aren't responsible. We will only sell them off to British Red Tractor Farms. Sorry, not Red Cross, which means that they follow the exact same practices we do. Okay, we won't send them off if they're not completely verified. We know the people we send them to, so we know they're well cared for.
Okay. Okay, well, let's start with this. You made a statement that they are your friends. I'm curious, how many of your friends would you do the same thing? Take their baby if they don't make profit for you and then sell them off or kill them?
It's sort of more of a. Sorry, I don't quite understand the question.
So I'm just curious because you said they are your friends. You said that, right?
Yes,
Do
and
you
family.
believe you believe that to be true?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'm asking how many of your friends are you sending them to slaughter? How many of your friends are you saying they're not profitable for you, therefore you're slaughtering them or
Ah,
selling them off?
so if we sell them off, then they're still going to families that will take care of them just as well as we will.
I mean, you
Which
said you
means
said you no longer have responsibility for that, which I can also tackle. That's not true. You still have responsibility for, but let's back off a little bit because again, how many of your friends would you say you claim ownership of their babies, and so much so that you're free to take their babies away from them and sell them off because they don't give you any profit?
I didn't say because they don't have profit. I said because they don't socialize well, because they get rejected by pretty
No,
much the
no,
entire farm.
these are the rejections, but you mentioned that the males, you sell them off. You mentioned
Yeah.
rejections and you mentioned males. So the males, you said you sell them off. So the males are not necessarily rejected. The males are the ones who you say, because they are born males, because they don't make any profit for you, you sell them off to other farms.
We can't you can't herd too many male cows. You can't do that. That's just pretty much a
I'm
death sentence for you if you're going to try and farm them for one. And on top of that, they don't interact too well with each other. Bulls are an extremely protective species. They're extremely territorial, and you keep too many of them together, you get fights. You end up getting overbreeding, which is a big problem as well, because you can't have cows having more than one baby in the space of 2 years. It's not good for them.
but
Stuff like this
But I
is
understand your justifications for it. Like, I understand you think that you're doing good. But again, would you do this in the context of a human friend?
no, because humans haven't been bred for years and years to for this exact purpose.
So we can go down that route also, but we can acknowledge that if you wouldn't do it to a human friend who is actually a real friend, then these animals are not actually your friends. You only say that to feel better about your choice, but the reality is they are your property and you treat them like your property. Because if you were to treat them like you treat your friends, you would not take away their babies simply because they're born male and you cannot profit from that.
I don't take them away when they're what we don't take them when they are still calves. We let
Doesn't
them
matter
grow.
when, doesn't matter when. Separating somebody from their family is immoral regardless. Just because you can't profit from it, I would say it's immoral. But yet again, my point isn't even that whether it's moral or not. My point is that you would never do that to one of your friends and you call
Well,
them
hang on a
friends.
second. You, I wouldn't quite say that's the same thing. In reality, for them, it's just like they're moving house. If they move off to another farm, yeah, the travel can be a little bit stressful. But once they're there, it's a new family. Especially for males, when they're separated from, they don't actually care for their children. They don't care for
I
whatever
mean, there's
cow
no
they
way,
impregnate.
there's no way of you knowing that, right? And yet again,
There are okay.
Well, there's no way of you knowing that yet again, and I'm just have trouble with you calling them friends when you say my human friends. I treat them this way. I respect their choices, but when it comes to an animal friend, I think they're my property. Therefore, if I don't profit from them, I can take their babies. Not when they're young, maybe when they're a bit older, but I can take their babies and sell them off to whoever. I don't want to keep the family close. I just want to make profit from them, and if I can't profit for them, I'm gonna sell them off. Is this not exactly like slavery?
So I think that you're kind of not quite understanding the dynamic here, because you're kind of assuming that the family dynamic of cows is similar to that of humans. It's not at all. Not it's completely different. In the same way as dogs, for example, right? You know that dogs are generally taken away from their families to go off to different families at the age of somewhere between 6 to 8 weeks, right?
Yes, just as horrible. Yeah.
So you don't believe in keeping dogs as pets.
I don't believe in breeding dogs as pets. I believe in keeping dogs if you take them, if you save them from a shelter, but I don't believe in breeding dogs as pets. No.
Okay, I'll just use this specific example where my dog came from. It's very good for a bitch to have at least one litter throughout their lives. Um, and so some family friends let their dog have a litter. It was the dad was another family friend, and she had it. They raised the puppies, and the puppies were taken off by families when they all reached up to 8 weeks. So
Without their consent,
they,
wasn't it?
but that's the thing. The My dog is the happiest dog in the world. I spoil him like hell.
Maybe they would have been the
He
happiest dog on earth if they stayed with maybe they would have been 1% happier if they stayed with their family. You're just saying I made them happy. But you're not acknowledging the fact that you can still make somebody happy while doing something shitty for them. That's not necessarily something. They're not mutually exclusive.
well, okay, that's a different argument, really, because again, you're not looking into the actual behavior of dogs. The entire reason that we study them, that we try and understand their behaviors, we try and understand their dynamics, is purely because we have domesticated them for years and years and years. We have studied them. We have been able to understand their ideas, the way that they think, the way that they perceive family and their pack. It's not at all similar to how humans work. It's the same with all animals. And we are
But
the
that's not for you
only.
to decide, is it? That's the whole thing about it. That's the whole immoral side of it. Because you seem to think that if somebody is born the species human, they deserve all of these rights that you want to give them. But if somebody's born of the species dog, cow, you move the barriers and you say, well, they're different species. They don't want the same things I want, even though the things that you want are not coming from your intelligence or your cognitive abilities. They're coming from pure instincts and emotions. You wanting to be with your family is not something coming from your intelligence. It's not, oh, because I'm intelligent, I want to be with my family. No, you wanting to be with your family is strictly coming from the fact that you uh, I'm sorry, so wait, somebody donated. It's strictly coming from the fact that you love your family, that you have emotions for your family. And you assuming that animals don't have that is to me like, well, how would you even know? It's
When I say that they don't, you've put
so
words
they
in my
do.
mouth.
So you agree that they do.
Oh, of course. Yeah, they're the most. Dogs are the most emotionally intelligent beings on the planet
So,
by
so
far.
if so, if they do, then you agree that taking them away from your family, even if you afterwards give them a great life, is to their detriment and for your benefit. It's not looking after their interest; it's looking after your interest because you want a little cute little friend in your house.
Not at all. No. These, as I said earlier, it's extremely good for a bitch to have at least one litter in their lives. They're already domesticated. The family that has these dogs is unable to take care of a litter of 8, 9. It wouldn't work. As well as that, if they weren't in a home, they wouldn't survive. There are millions of street dogs all across the world. Majority of them are riddled with disease. They die from emaciation. They're hungry. They
But
can't
that's not the
survive without
point.
humans.
That's not the
Why
point,
is
is it?
why is that irrelevant?
Because you seem to miss the point. You seem to think that if you a friend, because we can come back to the same word, a friend, right? You cannot choose what your friend does. If you choose to have a friend, including an animal friend, You can choose to do what is best for them and for you in the situations that you are in if you are doing that. But you have to take responsibilities for the choices that you make for them or the choices that they make under your care, right? So if you say that it's good for a dog to have babies, it's not like, oh, then all of a sudden it justifies you taking their babies away from them or doing horrific things because this would be good for them. You would still be acting immorally. You either take on the dog and neuter them so that you can take care of them so that you don't do something, although that's also immoral if you again take them from a breeder. But if you rescue them from a pound or something where you're basically just giving them a different life, then essentially you're saying, well, I want to give you a good life, but the only way I can do that is if you don't breed. I'm sorry, I just can't take care of 9 babies, as you say, and taking their babies away from them is immoral. It's the same thing. You have to make the choice from the start the right way. You don't just in the middle pick and choose what is right or what is wrong.
So the proven fact that it is good for a bitch to have a litter, in the sense of
I
it
don't know
doesn't
that to
exactly
be true.
reset. It is. It doesn't exactly reset, but it sort of does a soft reset on their. Can't think of the exact words. Certain
Is there
chemicals that come
empirical
from their
evidence for
brain.
that?
Yes, there is. I haven't got
Blinded?
any.
Like I,
Say
I,
again,
I
sir?
would double blinded. I would expect this type of things to be a randomized controlled double blinded study you can easily do on this thing, right? Because you could have dogs that have had babies, dogs that haven't had babies, that can be fed their whole life the same thing. And if you yield that one yields better results than the other, but yet again, I don't think that any of it matters because it still has to be up to the dog, right? Whether they want to have babies or not. It's not up to you whether they have babies or not.
Well, okay, every 9 months, for a period of roughly 3 months, female dogs are thinking about nothing but having babies. It's literally hardwired into their biology to think about nothing but. And my dog hasn't been neutered. There are other female dogs on our road, and he will go so mental about the fact that female dogs locally are in heat that he will have to run off, and he will actually have to get himself away from the situation. I'll take him out. I'm happy with it. Yeah, sure. But surely that's proof that it is just nothing but a pure biological drive from both ends to reproduce.
Yeah, sure, sure.
It's
It's just
always going
that
to be their choice to have babies, yet for a species that has already been domesticated, to actually sort of satisfy that biological need, to accept the brilliant outcomes of that for the dog's mental health, physical health, the chemicals their brain produces, all of these things. If then that family wants to send those puppies out to other families who they know are going to care for them extremely, extremely well, I honestly don't see a problem there because it really comes down to the core values of those dogs who then are taken away. In your words, I wouldn't say taken away. I would say sent to new homes.
but they are taken
They
away and sent to new homes. They're again, these are not mutually exclusive.
I,
They are.
I think they are because you can't obviously you can't have one without the other. But if it still goes on to have the best life it possibly can, then seriously, what is the problem?
Well, what would
You're
be the
basically
problem?
saying,
What would be the problem of taking babies away from a poor mother and giving those babies to a rich person? Because that would mean they would have a higher likelihood of a better life. Would you see a problem doing that?
not at all.
So you wouldn't see a problem taking, against the consent of the mother, their babies away from them, to give them away to a wealthier family?
Okay, right. If it was just that specific situation and it was without their consent, obviously it would have to be looked at. Can the mother properly provide for that child? Is the child going to be at risk? If they are, it seems reasonable. If the
But
mother's a drug addict and it's definite that the child's going to be at risk, yes, every single time. I don't think that there should be any question there whatsoever.
but
It,
you're
it
not
really depends.
a
Sorry, go on.
vigilante with this one, right? Like there's institutions for the governments that take these situations. It's not up for you to decide whether you should be able to take the babies. We have these institutions for a purpose because we have standard procedures in place that assess well or not whether these mothers can take care of their children or not, only to avoid the situations where we actually take their babies away from them to say, to quote unquote, give them a better life. So I don't think it's up to each individual to do that. I think it's up to an institution who has considerably more individuals than just one making a decision, who has all these standards and all these experience that does it in a better way. But regardless, let's come back, because I think we're straying more and more away from the
No,
subject.
no,
And
I just want to say I totally agree with that point completely, because, and I think that those sort of institutions should be extremely more heavily funded,
yeah,
and they should come across to animals as well. It
100%.
really, it should be a much more widespread thing, because obviously you have the RSPCA in the UK, and you
They do
have the
nothing.
XL bully. It's I can't remember what exactly it stands for, but it's basically the UK's PETA. Um, they enacted the XL bully ban, which was banning a specific dog breed from being bred in the UK. Things like that, it's just the wrong course of action. Whereas if they had a lot more funding, a lot more volunteers working for them, a lot more people who are actually willing to go out, assess families for both children and animals, right? Then all of a sudden, these conditions would be improved. The conditions that animals are mass bred in would go.
But
There would be a
animals
lot
should
more.
not be mass bred. Animals should not be bred. Like, let me put. Let's come back to this, because this will also it will also touch on this. Do you think we need to consume any animal products?
I don't think we need to. No.
No. So we do it because we want to, correct?
Also, no. Um, I'm myself do box, not professional by any means. I am amateur, but from every single my years of balancing nutrition, etc., it has been pretty much proven, both anecdotally and empirically, that humans need nothing but fat and not fat and not carbs. I can't think of the other word right now. Jesus, this is a weird morning for
Protein.
me. That's the one. Fat and protein. It's all humans need. You
That's
can
not true.
survive
First of all, you can
every single
survive.
day without carbs.
So first of all, you can survive on that. That doesn't mean that that's all you need. Second, you would argue that macronutrients, you picking and choosing certain macronutrients doesn't necessarily get you to a right place. You also don't need fats. You can just eat protein all day long if you want to survive,
Not
and
in
you
order
can
to
do
be
that.
healthy.
But if
Not
you want to, and
properly
all,
healthy.
yeah, well, if you want to be properly healthy, a balanced diet consisting of 50% carbs,
Nope.
30% fats, and 20% protein is the standard diet, acknowledged that by most
And
dietitians and dietitian
heavily wrong.
organization on the planet. And if you say that that is wrong, I would expect that you come with empirical evidence to the table. Otherwise, I would rather trust institutions who have done this and have used empirical data to reach this point, rather than you who has an opinion. I'm sorry, I just trust data more than opinions.
The empirical data, you have to look at what the empirical data is based on, what metrics they're actually using to measure the health. BMI is still one of the primary factors there, which is
No,
just
no, this has
quite
nothing to do
simply,
with BMI. It has nothing to do
it
with
does.
the health.
It
It
really
does
does.
not. It does not, because the reason why it has nothing to do with BMI is because the recommendations for nutrition have nothing to do with what the BMI of individuals is. The BMI of individuals is about assessing the health of a nation or the health of a group. And you're right, BMI is not a perfect indicator, but it's an okay one. However,
No,
I'm agreeing with you that there's issues with BMI, but that's not the thing that we're talking about here. What we're talking about is whether you can, whether you need carbs. I don't even know what we're talking about, because you said
no,
you can be
I was going to say
healthy.
you didn't let me finish, right? So
Yeah,
the way that the actual health is defined, right? The primary metric that scientists are generally using to define health in terms of nutrition is BMI.
that's not
The
true.
thing they look at, the thing they look at as to
But that's not
determine
true.
how healthy someone, that's the primary thing. When it
That's not
comes
true.
to why isn't it? Because I have been looked at by multiple doctors. I've been told that my BMI is terrible because it's somewhere around 26. I think I'm 83 kilos at 6 foot exactly, and somewhere around 2.5% body fat. My BMI, apparently, I'm I'm a fat fuck who can't do anything. Sorry for, excuse my French, sorry. But it's wrong. And my cholesterol is extremely high. My blood sugar is
That's bad.
extremely high. My blood pressure is extremely low.
There you go.
Yet
Wait.
I
You
can guarantee.
used just now an indicator. You used cholesterol as an indicator. There's plenty of studies showing correlation between cholesterol and heart disease. There's plenty of indication showing ApoB, high ApoB. The high ApoB, in fact, even carnivore people admit that high ApoB is an indicator of a higher chance of heart disease.
There are multiple types of cholesterol, and there's only ever one that's looked at in terms of health,
I'm
and
talking
they're
about
good kind.
I'm talking about ApoB and of course LDL.
Right.
Right? So LDL and ApoB. If you have high LDL, it doesn't necessarily mean you will have a bad, you might have a increased risk of heart disease. But if you have high ApoB, it almost certainly you will have an increased high risk of heart disease. And most of the cases, high LDL correlates with high ApoB. It's in very few situations where high LDL does not also mean high ApoB.
If you don't eat carbs, then your ApoB does not go up. It does, but
It
it's
does.
minimalistic.
It
It's
does.
absolutely minimalistic because your body is not doing nothing
It
but burning fat for energy. It
it
doesn't use
does.
carbs.
It does. It does. So your body only uses. You're talking about the ketogenic state, and your body is in a ketogenic state when it's in also under the calorie that it requires that you burn, and that your body will
Yep.
go in that ketogenic state regardless of what macronutrients that energy is coming from. You can eat carbs all day long, and as long as you're under the calorie requirements that you're burning, you'll be in a ketogenic state because your body
Yeah.
will need to create energy, and thus it will go in the ketogenic state.
So I always go way over my calorie requirements and therefore stay out of it, and then only work off of burning fat and protein.
Yeah, I'm
Once you
not
do
like
that,
I'm not even going to go down that route. We've discussed enough nutrition. You can acknowledge that you can be. I'll acknowledge that you can be healthy while eating a ketogenic diet if that's what you want to do. But you can also acknowledge that you can be healthy while consuming carbs and a normal diet. You can pretty much be healthy doing both. And you can also acknowledge that you can have a ketogenic diet on a plant-based diet also if that's what you're into. It doesn't like keto. The diet that you want, the macronutrients that you want, do not restrict where the macronutrients are coming from.
my actual point around it is these things. I don't believe that unless you are stretching your physical performance, and unless you're stretching your body to as far as it can go,
Which I
you're
am.
not healthy. Exactly. So I think you'd be far more effective with that. You'd see far more gains. You'd see much better sort of state of mental health if you started eating raw meat, protein, fat
Oh God,
only.
no. No, first of all, no. There's plenty of evidence. Like I understand your opinion, but if you want, like I don't want to go down the nutrition route because we have evidence out there. I'm assuming you cannot possibly provide evidence right now because you're on the phone and you're moving around. But I can provide you with plenty of evidence to prove my claims. But I come back to the same point where we want to find some middle ground. And the middle ground is that we both can agree that you can thrive on a plant-based diet and you can thrive by eating animals, right? So you don't need to consume animal products. You can thrive on either.
You can survive. I just don't think that you'll do anywhere near as well. And I mean,
That's your opinion. That's
I'm mostly pescatarian, and
that's
like 2 days out of the week, I eat purely vegetarian. I don't eat any meat whatsoever. I'll eat red meat 1 day out of the week. Generally,
so you're not pescatarian,
I
even that. You're just a normal person eating normal meat.
I'm generally pescatarian, but it's like out of all the diets that I've tried, this is the one for far the best results that I've seen, along
Fair
with
enough.
pretty much
Whatever.
everything I work with. I can only provide anecdotal evidence, I know, but in
But
terms of
even in that situation, it's not necessarily the best one you've ever seen because you said you have high cholesterol. You tested your ApoB?
not recently, no. Last time I did was before a fight 3 years ago, and it's somewhere around 25% lower than my LDL.
So if your LDL is 50% higher than what it should be, then 25% lower would still mean your ApoB is at a risk of heart disease either way. So that's already an indicator that even if you are feeling better, you may not actually be better. You know, feeling better and actually feeling healthy and actually being healthy, they can be two totally different things.
They can, yes. I'm a strong believer that your physical health is generally controlled by your mental state. The majority of people out there who have chronic pain conditions, stuff like that, it comes from the way that they live their lives and their mental state around it. and that has been proved to me. I've been in that state myself, and as soon as I actually picked up on my mental state and actually thought about what I was doing, picking up on my life, all of a sudden my physical health got a lot better. Now, if you want to look at sort of like diet around that, yeah, sure, you can do, but just generally in terms of your actual physical health. So I've realized I've completely gone off topic here. So carry on.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to be clear because I want to come back to the same thing. Do you agree that you can thrive on a plant-based diet and you can thrive while eating animals also?
I I think you can survive. Yes.
So no, I said thrive.
I
Let's
would
not.
say no. I wouldn't say thrive.
So
No.
do you think that me, who I just gained 2 kilograms of muscle in 2 weeks, I'm not thriving on a plant-based diet?
You may well be doing well, but I don't think the way that I would say thriving is absolute peak
Yeah.
growth,
Yeah.
all of that sort of thing. I wouldn't say that you're at your absolute peak. No.
Yeah, so any empirical evidence showing that any type of muscle can be built both on a plant-based diet as well as on an animal-based diet, and there showed no significant differences between the groups that have tried one or the other. To you, that empirical evidence means nothing?
I'd have to have a look at it. I'd obviously have to read it. I'm not going to make any sort of assumptions without having read it.
Okay, I can send you that. There's no problems there. Now let's go on the
Yeah.
idea. Let's start on the basis that is as because it is as widely accepted as you would ask any, and not nutritionist. I'm a nutritionist. I know a nutritionist is not a big deal, but dietitians are individuals who have studied this for years and years and years. I only did like 1 year to get my certified nutritionist thing, but as a dietitian, you study for tens of years. You do practice.
Yes.
You do all this kind of stuff, right? They're basically doctors for nutrition, and dietitians have agreed that you can thrive on a plant-based diet. The largest organization of nutritionists and dietitians on the planet, who has thousands of members, who none of them are plant-based in any way. They don't have any financial incentive to say so. They agree that you can thrive on a plant-based diet. So if we agree that let's start on the premise that we can thrive on a plant-based diet, because if you disagree with this, you can look it afterwards, right? So you can call it a hypothetical if you disagree with it, but I would like to start on this premise going forward. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you can thrive on a plant-based diet, then anything that you do to animals, anything that you mentioned, bringing them to life, killing them, keeping them confined, all of it is immoral, correct?
There's a lot to unpack there, because if you're going off a life of pure necessity, yeah, sure, I guess so. That I wouldn't personally say that if everyone lived out of pure necessity, everyone would be happy, and
I'm
that
not
kind of
saying
does
pure
bring.
necessity, because you see that's there's a different thing. I'm not saying people should be eating. What I'm saying that we have to make this distinction. Necessity does not imply you eat what is needed. You can still eat what you want, but when what you want involves removing the rights of somebody else, then maybe you should reconsider. Because if would you have an issue with people breeding and using dogs like you do to cows, specifically for killing them and using them for their milk?
Well, that then comes the cultural debate of sort of where in the world you look. I'm not going to go to a country that does eat dogs and then tell them what's right and wrong because it's part of their culture. Yes, I may personally view it as immoral because I think that they are domesticated animals that shouldn't be eaten, but I don't
So
think
are
that.
cows, right?
Say again, sorry.
So are cows. Cows are domesticated animal. So I'm sorry for
No,
interrupting
no,
you
no.
there, but I just try to understand, because if you think it's immoral to do this to dogs, I understand you may think that there are certain cultures that do it. That's not the point. My question is, if you think this is immoral to do to dogs, why is it that you think it's immoral to do to dogs but moral to do to cows? Like, what exactly of each does an individual cow lack that if a dog would also lack it, it would make it okay to do this to dogs?
The symbiotic relationship.
But that's not something
Dog.
that's not something an individual has, by the way. The symbiotic relationship is something that inherently, by the sheer calling it a relationship, involves two individuals in it. It's not a property or a trait that an individual has.
It is with dogs. They work with us and we work with them. My
Not
dog
these dogs.
is.
Not these dogs. These dogs wouldn't work with you or for you. They wouldn't have any symbiotic relationship. They would be exactly like the cows. You would put them somewhere, you would feed them, you would use them for their milk and kill them for their meat.
Right. So this is where I'm saying that dogs have something that cows don't. My dog is a spaniel. Spaniels are traditionally shooting dogs, meaning that I'm not joking you, he can smell a pheasant from somewhere around 2 miles away. And if he gets a good look on it, he will go for it. And it is quite literally his bred job. I go on pheasant shoots. We shoot the pheasants. He does his job. He's the happiest he can possibly be because
Wait,
he's
so you
doing
also
the
kill
one.
pheasants?
Yes.
So you don't just exploit cows, you also kill pheasants. And is killing pheasants immoral? Well, we'll go back to that. Well, we'll go back to
That's
it.
purely to control the overbreeding. We have a huge problem with it here.
Yeah. So we can go down that route, but like, let's finish with this idea. What's the difference between dogs and cows?
Purely doing that thing is, to my dog, essentially what gives his life meaning.
But wait,
Chasing
pigs.
those birds.
You can agree that pigs can do that too, right? Like we know that
No.
pigs. Wait, what do you mean? Pigs are used for having amazing noses. That's why they're used to find truffles, because they have
Yeah.
amazing noses. So yet again, if pigs can do that, why is it that you treat pigs differently than you do dogs?
Okay, with pigs, do you feed them all the truffles they find?
No, probably not.
Okay, right. That's because they don't get enjoyment out of finding the truffle. They do it just because, oh, look, I'm going to find food. Hey, I found something. Oh, crap, a human's taking it away from me.
But that's not the
Dogs, right?
point. That's not the point. The
It, it,
point
it,
is
it is. It is because dogs, the very act of smelling a pheasant, going after it, and bringing it back is quite literally like he does that. He has never been taught how to do that. He has never been shown how to do it. He just
he's
does it. It's
he's
just
been
what he
genetically
does.
bred. He's been genetically bred to do that.
Yep, I know. And no, hang on. He wasn't genetically bred because spaniels were actually found doing that. They were bringing pheasants to humans since the 70s, since 1706 in the UK, where they were first bred. So that's already wrong. But
But wait a minute. So what about stray dogs? Stray dogs don't have any of these characteristics. They can't easily
yes, they
identify
do.
a pheasant or bring it back to you. A lot of these dogs, if you teach them how to do that, right? Like if you
No,
teach them how to do that, they can do that, but they don't inherently do that. And I would
yes,
argue
they
that,
do.
well, I think we disagree here, because I can tell you for a
No,
fact that I've seen dogs not being able to do that. And how would you explain that? You can't possibly say that all dogs can do that. And even if, let's say, all dogs can do that, how is that a good enough justification to take the life of a cow or a pig just because they can't take away the animal, they can't bring you the animal that you killed? Like, is that really a good
that's just
enough
one
justification?
specific job for my breed of dog. Uh, there are sheep dogs that specifically bred to herd sheep, and they do it naturally. Dogs do different things. There are dogs that fish, right? There are Labradors. They do this because it makes them happy, right? And naturally, that they want to do this and interact with humans. When I can't remember exactly where it was. I was somewhere in the Middle East.
But why does this matter? Like again, you're straying away from the subject. I try to understand. You're just naming characteristics that dog has that can be beneficial to you. Do you think that a being, whether they should be killed or not, is whether whether you can benefit from it or not? Is that really the value of these? Like, do you think your dog only has value as long as they can bring you that thing, or do you think your dog has value in another way?
It's what he wants to do.
But what if he
I'm
cannot do
allowing.
this? What if he cannot help you with any of this? Does he still have value, or are you gonna kill him and
Well,
use
no,
him for food?
of course, he still has value. But in this specific situation, and in the majority of dogs out there, like the vast, vast, vast majority, I think you're speaking to one out of a very, very, very big majority that can't do these specific things that they're bred to. Because they can do these things, and because they specifically want to do these things for their humans, not just for themselves, but for both parties, they do this because it provides them with a home, it provides them with a sense of family. Cows don't have that same thing. They don't want to interact with humans other than the sort of basic sense of, oh, hi, you're just there. They might give you a hug every once in a while, that sort of thing. They're not going to like sort of actively go out of their way to do something for you. And so
Well,
that sort of symbiotic relationship there really
but
say like cows aren't domesticated in the sense of they live with us, they work with us, they still live their own lives, they still roam in fields and herds, they
and how
still
is that? How
do
is
their
that?
own thing.
Like again, what you're saying, because if your dog, as we've established just now, if your dog cannot give you any of the things that you think a dog should give you, like bringing the other animal that you killed, I don't know, playing fetch, whatever, they don't want to do that, they can't do that, whatever the reason for that, would you still said that they still have value on their own, so that's clearly not the difference, because if a dog is the same as a cow, that they just want to live their life, would you then breed them into existence only to exploit and slaughter them?
If it isn't then going to go and do the specific things it's bred for, it's still going to just love you because it does.
But you see, so you again, you only care for animals based on what it is that they can give to you. You don't care about animals truly. You only care about them if they can give you something. A dog can give you, or if a dog can give you love, then you care about them and you respect their will. But I'll tell you this: any of these dogs that you would be breeding into existence, they would definitely not love you. They would definitely be hating you for what you do to them. But you would be breeding them into existence, you would be exploiting them and slaughtering them, just like you do to cows. So I fail to see how one is moral and the other isn't.
But right, this is where I'm sort of losing you a little bit because it doesn't quite make sense that you really are trying to humanize the animals in the way that they think and the way that they
Nope.
behave. And
I'm trying to
why not?
find I'm trying to find the logic, because you see, you have no logic in your thinking. You say cows are this, dogs are this. This is the role that a cow has for a human. This is the role that a dog has for a human. Therefore, if I do these things that we as humans have decided for them, then it's okay to do this for them. But that's not fair. That's not true. We did that for with black people. We said you're black, therefore you should be a slave. We did that. We throughout our history, whenever we have put value on somebody else, when we have put a label or we have put a purpose to them, we have always acted immorally. It's the same thing with animals. You're acting immorally if you say your purpose is this. It doesn't really matter what you want to do. It doesn't really matter whatever it is. Like your purpose is this, therefore I'll do this. And it's especially wrong when the action that you're doing is exploiting and killing them for something you don't need.
But when have we told them that that's what their purpose is and that's what they're there for?
First of all, I don't think you can do that, but if you could do that and tell them and they would consent to them being bred into existence to be exploited and killed, then I would have no issue. But you see, that's the problem. They don't consent and they can't consent.
But you just said that we tell them like that is what they are and that's the way they raise them. Well, they don't know that. How this is
So
where
wait,
you're
if somebody doesn't know the purpose that they've been given, let's take an intellectually challenged human being who has no purpose for society, no family or whatsoever, right? If this human being, we use them, we use them whatever we want, they wouldn't understand. We can tell them this is your purpose, but they wouldn't understand it. They maybe had a car accident, maybe were born in a certain way, but they're intellectually challenged and they can't understand anything. Does that mean I can use them for whatever purpose I give to them?
so let's say for example they then begin to really enjoy I cannot think of anything that would like sort of basic, but they would then begin to enjoy doing something that's profitable, right? If they are then unable to make a profit off of it themselves, but you are able to sort of allow them to do the thing that they enjoy doing, and then you make a profit off of it,
Yeah,
then
but you
what
see,
is there the problem?
you're muddying up the water so much, because you're first of all, you're saying cows enjoy what you're doing. I don't think any cow enjoys being killed or exploited for milk. I don't think that any of them enjoy that. I think you do it because you want to. That's it. You have two bulls and 26 cows. That's what you said. I don't think any cow wants to live in an environment where there's only two males and 26 females. It's simple. The reason why nature made it so that it's a 50-50 chance is so that if they want to live in an environment, they'll live where it's 26 cows and 26 bulls. So from the start, the fact that you only have two bulls and 26 cows, you're already going against their interest. You're only looking after your interest and you're going against their interest.
Then why is it in the wild bulls always leave the herd?
Bulls always leave the herd. I don't even know that to be true, by the way. It's just like that's like saying why it doesn't make sense. It doesn't matter. Even if bulls leave the herd, let's say that they do, they should be allowed to, first of all, which no cow on your farm is allowed to leave if they want to leave. If they all of a sudden feel unhappy or don't want to leave, they're not allowed to do so. Neither are the bulls. That's number one, right? And number two,
Okay.
even if they would leave, I'm sure that not 24 out of 26 would leave, but rather maybe 5 or 10 even, hell. So there would still be a different proportion there. I'm just saying, like, you create this narrative that you want to live by, but you know for a fact that what you're doing to these cows is they're not your friends. You call them your friends, but when it comes to human friends, you treat them differently. Hell, when it comes to dog friends, you treat them differently. It's you call them friends just to feel good about it, but you kill them. At the end of the day, you are the individual who they put their trust in you, and you kill them because you want to, because you get profit from it.
Not when they don't need to be.
They
As I
they
said
never
earlier,
need to be. They never need to be. We agreed on that. We've started on the premise that you don't need to consume animal products.
right. So this is going back to what I said earlier about an unaccepted calf, right?
Even that
You think it's
unaccepted calf, that you can, if you really care about that unaccepted calf, you can help them grow up. You have the technology to help them grow up, do you not?
not no. We don't have
No,
the technology to provide it with a new mother, a new family, and a
but
way
you
to
can
actually
feed them.
socialize properly.
You can feed them, let them grow up, and see how they socialize. And if not, you can take care of them and let them live outside of the social cows. There's many things you can do. But to say
That
that they're refused by their mother, therefore I have the right to kill them for
that's
something I don't need.
dangerous. Don't you see that allowing them to live on past that point is dangerous?
Why is it
It's
dangerous?
because you're leaving a cow out there on his own with terrible mental health. It's going to become reactive. It's going to become an issue.
I don't see the issue, but you know what? This is a straw man altogether because you just want to tackle this one thing that you think you're doing good, and that is the babies that get rejected. But all the other situations, what is it about all the other situations? Like
I
I
just
just
said we don't kill them in other situations. That's the only one where we do.
so dairy cows, how long do they live?
It's generally around 20 odd years.
Yeah, and do they live 20 years?
Yes, of course.
So wait, let's do the math a little bit. You have 26 cow and 2 bulls. That means
Yeah.
every year you get 2 new cows. Is that true?
Uh, Not every year.
No. So wait, you said that they get in the reproductive system every 9 months. You said that they get in heat, right?
Yep.
So every
It's
nine
not always
months.
successful.
So every 9 months. Oh, it's not always successful. But those 2 bulls, every nine
Yep.
months out of 26 cows, those 2 bulls can inseminate way more. So you can actually have even more children than 2.
You can. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So statistically speaking, you should have considerably more cows, right? But somehow some of them are not there.
We don't let them go all the time. We don't let them go at it constantly. That's not how you do it.
Wait, you don't let them? So would that be fair for you to do to a human being, to a dog, to say, "Wait, I'm not gonna let you do what you want to do because it's against my own interest."
No, it's you're not going to let your dog run around and inseminate every other dog that's like local. You're not going to let your child run around and inseminate every other girl that's around.
What are you talking
That's not.
about? When a child becomes an adult, you let them do what they want to do. They
So
if
you
they
really
want to
think that's
inseminate, if a person on this planet, if a human being, if a man wants to inseminate 100 females and he manages to do that with consent and everything the nice way, there's nothing you can say or do, and it's their free will to do so.
right? Okay, so that then you're looking into a different side of morality. I think already that is in itself immoral.
It's immoral for a person to have consensual sex with multiple individuals.
For the pure purpose of reproduction, yeah.
So if I want to have sex with 3 females and they all agree, 3 women, and they all agree that they know about each other, it's all consensual. They all know that I'm gonna have a baby with each other. I'm acting immorally.
Okay, three is a little bit. I would say like 30 or so.
Doesn't matter the number 3 or 30. If
Are
there's
you gonna raise?
consent,
Are you gonna raise all those kids?
I'm just saying if there's consent, that's not the issue here. If there is
Are you
consent
gonna
over
raise all
there,
those kids?
well, if maybe when I talk to them, I tell them literally, I don't want to raise those kids. Maybe when I talk to them, I tell them, hey, you
Okay,
want to
right.
get pregnant? I want to
Now
help
you're
you.
setting up a very specific set of
No,
like
I'm just
rules.
saying, I'm not setting up a specific case. I'm saying that everybody has as long as there's consent involved, you judging whether somebody is doing something immoral or not, as long as there's consent from all parties involved, it's not immoral. It's simple. You don't have the right to tell somebody what to do with their own body.
I think the morals go beyond just the act of doing that one thing. Like the morals come into the actual repercussions that are going to come around those acts. Those have to play into it as well, I think, right? Do they
Is
not?
there consent?
That okay, irrespective, the actual outcome of the thing that's going to happen, regardless of whether it was an informed decision or not, it's not a good one.
Who are you to say it's not a good one? As long as it's consensual, it is a good one.
So okay, right. So there you go. So this is where like our core beliefs extremely differ. I think that if there is any risk involved, regardless of whether it's consensual or not, it's still not moral.
So wait, and how is this? Because this doesn't really. If there's any risk involved, regardless if there's consent or not, it is immoral. So how does this translate to you breeding animals into existence to kill them, or to use them for their milk, where there is no consent involved?
Okay, right. Okay, so specifically to kill them, I said that's only in very specific situations, and to use their milk, we only use excess. A calf can only drink so much, and a mother can only hold so much.
Yeah, I feel like you're creating such a straw man argument and trying to make it seem like you're doing them a favor, really. But yet
That's
again,
not what I said. This goes back to the beginning of what I said with the whole ethical farming practices. I'm not doing anything that's sort of out of the ordinary for their lives.
no, it's not. You're not doing anything out of the ordinary. I'll agree with you with that one, but that doesn't mean it's ethical because it's normal. It can be normal and unethical.
What sort of something that's part of normality that's helping them if they're overproducing milk, then helping them in that exact scenario and then making a profit off of it is immoral. So it's only immoral then because I'm making a profit off of it.
Give me 1 second. I'll be back because I have somebody at my door.
That's all good.
Okay, I'm back. Um, I think this conversation is pretty long. Let's just cap it at 10 more minutes because we're not going
Yeah,
anywhere.
yeah, sure. No, I need to go somewhere in a minute.
Okay, perfect. So I'll just say it this way. Like, I don't think what you're doing is ethical. I think you are thinking that, you're saying that it's normal. Sure, I agree with you. It's normal what you're doing. Probably it's even less worse than what other farmers are doing. I'll even give you that. But farming
That's
animals,
what we aim for.
yeah, but harming animals is inherently unethical because you are not taking into consideration that their consent. You are still keeping them contained, even if you give them a big space. They're contained. They can't leave that space. And you are still making decisions for them. What they eat,
Okay.
what they do, all of it. And even in your situation, when the cow die, do any cow die, or do you kill them at the old age?
No, they die naturally. Generally, the only time we'll ever kill them is if they have extreme pain from any conditions, chronic conditions, stuff like that.
Okay, so they only die of old age. Well, that's at least good. You let them live their life, but still, you deciding if they can breed or not, immoral. You selling them off to other places, immoral. And I understand you may think, well, they're animals. They don't really know any better. And we as humans do this to animals often because we do. But that doesn't make it moral. Us treating animals like property is not a moral thing that we do. Animals are not properties. They're not objects for us to own.
Yeah, I agree. They are able to live their own lives. I mean, when you look at the
Not
UK, it's a
really.
small island. It's a small island, right? So I think somewhere around 80% of it is still farmland. They can go between a huge area And if they were to stray outside of it, unfortunately, they'd be walking into civilizations where we can't really have them walking around. There are vehicles that move around. There are people who own businesses.
That's not why you keep them contained. Come on, you can keep a fence so that they don't come in the civilization, but you can let them free in all the other wilderness. The reason why I
Yeah,
keep them in a
right.
fence is so that they stay on your property because they are your property and you treat them like
That's
your property.
okay. See, this is more specific to where I live, I guess. I'm not joking you. They have pretty much the entire way back to the next sort of set of civilization, the next village,
You
and
have
it's
a
all the
big
way along the
property. That's
river.
what you're saying.
And I'm not. It's not. It's owned between multiple people, and the all of the animals are spread between multiple different people's farms. So they basically have an entire area, the entire area of farmland between two villages, between the two areas of sort of industrialization,
And if
to
they
roam
want to
around.
leave that, they can't.
Because if they were to leave that, they wouldn't make it any to the next place. They wouldn't be able to,
They might have to
unless
cross a
that's.
road. What do you mean? They might have to cross. We've seen animals cross roads often. What do you mean? It's like saying,
Uh,
oh, an animal can't cross a road. They can.
no. They'd have to cross through about a couple of miles worth, and okay, I
Do
get
you
that.
have
Yes,
roads going through your
possible.
property to this thing that you're mentioning? Do you have roads going through it?
No.
No. So there you go. So there are roads that are around it, and they could go around that roads. And again,
Yes, but
like this is
if
one
they
part
were
of it.
to, that's what I'm saying. If they were to, then they'd be entering into a city on one side and they'd be entering into a river on the other. Basically, all of the possible land that they would have if they were completely free from where they are now, they'd have to go through basically cities, people, all of that, just to get to the next sort of area where they'd be able to thrive and survive.
No,
They have as much land as is possible for them to have
I don't think you're
right
being
now.
honest with this one. I think you like. Let's put it this way again. Would you like to be confined in that place?
I can pull it up on maps for you if you want, just
No,
so that
I'm
I can
just
really
curious.
explain.
Would you
Like,
like to be confined in that place?
if I knew that there was a river on one side that I'd struggle to cross, and on either or the other side there are huge machines that are flying past with idiots in them that have no clue what I am and that
But
I'm
you can
there.
pass those, right? Like that's just an impasse. You can. That's like 20 meters. You pass them and then you move on.
No, because they'd have to go along those roads for a while to get anywhere else that it would be possible for them to actually like any sort of field, right?
Say fair enough, but if they want to do that, they can't, right? So again, like they're not free. You can acknowledge that they're not free. I don't know if you why you want to say that they are free because you give them a lot of space. A lot of space does not mean free. They're still not free.
They're as free as they would ever want to be if they lived in this area
That's not
because
for
they
you to
wouldn't want
know.
to go
How
there.
would you even know that? How they want to go? We have wild buffaloes or whatever you call them in here in Netherlands in some parks. Also,
Yep.
those are not free, but they move around from the park, all around the park, and I see them moving around. I see them wanting to
Yeah,
go more, but they're not free. Also, it's the same. It's the same thing.
I
They're
know.
not. Just because they're in a big space doesn't mean they're free.
This is my point. I've been to the Netherlands plenty of times. I've seen a lot of these places. There are quite a few villages that have sort of enclosures right in the middle of them. That's not the way this works at all. I am quite literally saying
I'm
that
not talking
the
about farms now. I didn't talk about farms. I would talk about wildlife specifically.
yeah, I know, and I'm saying the entire area, and I mean the entire area that houses all of the wildlife in my area is the area that they have. If they were to go further, they'd be moving into a different county, etc., etc. It's just like
So
they
what?
quite literally have everything, and I mean everything they need, spanning across somewhere around 30 different fields. That is, I think, what is a few miles by a few miles, spanning pretty much the length of a river.
Well, they don't have
They
everything they want. They don't have full freedom space wise. They don't have full freedom to do with their bodies what they want to do because, as you said, if they're born male, you sell them off, so they might not even be in that situation anymore, right? If they're born male, you
we don't sell that. We don't let them go anywhere else unless we know that they're going to be in that situation. There's a lot of vetting that goes into that because we are all British
so
Red Tracker
none so
certified.
so no males are killed.
None.
No, I mean this is so disingenuous. I really don't trust you on this one. I'm sorry, I just don't trust you.
Do you know
That's
about the
like
British Red Tractor? Do
say it again.
you know about the British Red Tractor?
I know that it's bullshit. I know that a lot of the things that they
Really?
say it's not they're not really true. Yeah. Let's
Okay,
see.
I mean,
Well, let me find out what red tractor means. It's pretty simple. What does the red tractor certification? I'm guessing it's a certification, right?
yeah, it basically is for a farm or the farmland that houses animals for a specific farmer.
Are pigs also free on your farm? Can they move around on the big
We
land?
personally don't have any.
Say it again.
We don't have any pigs
You don't have any pigs. Okay, so you only have cows, and that's it.
and sheep. And sheep.
And sheep. And sheep are also free to move around.
Yes, completely.
Okay. Well, there's at least that. But you're still, yet again, you see them as objects because they're only good for you as long as they give you something.
Okay, I think we can agree to disagree there, and that's sort of near enough the core of our beliefs that we've reached. So I'm happy to leave it there if you are.
Well, the thing is, it's not we can agree to disagree there. It's that you agree that dogs should not be treated that way. Like you agree that dogs should not be treated like you treat cows. But somehow you seem to think that because you've attached a label to a dog, you should not treat dogs that way. But if you can already apply the same label to cows, you can already do that and be moral. But the reason why you don't do it is because you profit from them. It's because you benefit from them, and that is immoral regardless of how you treat them, regardless if you give them everything they want or need. The minute you use them for your benefit and they no longer can consent, it's immoral. It's simple.
So, so the difference is if I wasn't making any money out of them and still doing this, then it wouldn't be immoral.
If you wouldn't be making money out of them, you wouldn't be killing any of them, you would be respecting their body autonomy and
We
you would
don't
be
kill them.
respecting their freedom, then yeah, it would be moral. If you wouldn't be, if you would look after their, let's put it this way, if you look after their interest, not yours, then it's moral. If you take care of
Okay.
taking care of an animal is not something we have a problem with. The problem is when you call it taking care, but you only take care of them to look after your own interest, because that just makes the animal a means to an end. It doesn't make them the end themselves.
Okay. I personally believe that we are giving them the absolute best quality of care that they can possibly have while they are in the situation they're in, especially in the UK with the way that animals are perceived.
Well, no, the
But
best situation would be for you to do none of it, wouldn't it? The best situation is for you to not breed any animals, to use them for whatever it is that you want to use them.
yeah, that's where I personally disagree because I don't think that we're breeding them specifically for those purposes. But
What do you mean?
I
Wait. No, you don't disagree with this one. You agreed with it. You said dogs have the purpose X, Y, Z, and cows have the
yep.
purpose whatever. You see animals as only the purpose that you give them.
Nope. I there I said that dogs are bred with a purpose, that's already naturally ingrained in them. The fact that I am able to accommodate that purpose, allow them to do it, and the fact they want to do it along with me by their side makes a difference that cows do not have such a said purpose, do not specifically want to interact with me in order to fulfill that purpose, and therefore the difference in care is reasonable.
Well, no, because the difference in care would mean that okay, you don't take a cow to fetch the dead animal that you just killed, but you can still respect the body autonomy of a cow. You can still choose to not breed them. You can still not separate them from all the other family because they would breed. You can still not, get their milk and use their milk because you want to. You can still not selectively breed them to produce more milk, which you are supporting by you doing all this.
That's not. Again, I said the only time we ever take milk is if they have excess. We let them feed first, and
So
then
wait,
if whatever they have left.
how is that? How are you making money from this? Because you say you're not killing them for meat. No. You are not selling them to. You are only selling them to places where they take care of their interests, and You are not taking the excess milk from the cows. You're only taking the excess milk from the cows. So I'm
Yep.
curious. I want to understand because now I feel like there's an economical issue there. So how is it that you think you're making money from that?
Cows produce a lot of milk,
Well, the
like a
cows
lot.
that, but those are the cows that were selectively bred to do that, and that is highly unnatural and unhealthy for them. So if
They
you
weren't
actually care for
selected.
them, dude, the cows, the others that the cows have on these dairy farms, those are not natural. You know that, right? Those are selectively bred by us. they normally an udder is monumentally smaller. Have you seen the cows that are bred for meat? Have you seen their
Yes,
udders?
that yes, I can yes, okay, yes, that I can completely disagree with. But okay, as far as I'm aware, the ones that are they're not selectively bred. The bulls breed with whichever ones they want to, and then when they're out of season, we do ultrasounds, etc., etc. Whichever ones are pregnant. They give birth.
But you've
From
already
then,
contributing to the selective breeding. What do you mean? You have them there, right? That's the selective breeding already. A species of animals that suffers through their whole existence, and we created them for a purpose to give us more milk, as you say. That breed that's already immoral for you choosing to keep that species alive for your own benefit.
right? Okay, yeah, that's sort of a whole other can of worms. That really. Sorry, I really do need to get moving in a second. So, is that all right? End it here.
No, yeah, sure, it's okay. I just I wouldn't call it that you at least please agree with me that you don't treat them like friends. Can you at least agree on that one? Can we at least get there?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, well at least we found some common ground there. I hope maybe we can have this conversation some more at some point, and after you think about some of the arguments, and after I also look into some of the things you're saying, like red tractor and stuff, and maybe you can even send me the data, your data and stuff, so we can have another better conversation.
Yeah, quite possibly. All right. Well, lovely to speak to you, mate.
Same. Cheers.
Have a good one.
You too. Okay, everyone, that was that conversation. Yeah, I don't think we went anywhere, but he was I don't think he was fully honest with everything. I think he was kind of doing the whole what do you call it? When you rationalize what you're doing and you try to make it seem like it's good or not. But either way, there was a donation. Let's move on to the Discord because that's where we want to do. There was a donation here, wasn't there? That I wanted to tackle. Axel says, thank you, Axel, first of all. And Axel says, rodeos. Let me see if I can. Oh, can I? No, I can't highlight it. Rodeos, bullfighters keep bulls together and they don't attack each other. Bulls are not hostile towards each other. They are herd animals. That's what I thought too. I think that's kind of disingenuous to say that they're not. And even if they were, it's up to them to be. Who are we to say that all of a sudden, oh, I'm looking after you by keeping you enclosed and looking after my interests somehow. But whatever. Let's move on to the Discord streams. I try to be nice. That's the whole thing. But yeah.
Sense.
I'm not sure that's true. I think we're planting the seeds, and if
I think
not,
you are planting the seeds, yes, but
even if we're not planting the seeds, I think it's incumbent upon me to have to do what I'm doing. I think it's just the right thing to do. And when you have that feeling of like this is the wrong thing, and I'm fighting against this, then the right thing to do is to fight against it. And
so I do have a genuine question because I'm now nosy. How did the vegan movement start? Because like how did it all begin, you know? Because that makes sense?
yeah, sure. I mean, maybe someone knows a little bit more than me, but there was
I mean, I can tell you that
Yeah, go ahead.
the vegan movement, the whole idea of veganism was defined by Leslie Cross. Well, he named it and he kind of consecrated it. But veganism, or the idea of respecting animals as individuals, the moral aspect of veganism, has been around ever since we've been farming animals, pretty much. Like there's documents showing that, for example, Leonardo da Vinci had moral issues with eating animals or using them as food for food. So it I don't know what you're asking. Is it the consecrated version, or is it specifically the idea of animals being used as objects for food?
Oh no, it's more just genuinely how. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm getting a phone call.
No, I think that had a passing interest in it, to be honest. It's just, I wonder where that came from. It's like, I think it's very new. Would I be right in saying it's very new to you?
I think
This idea?
Liv is on a phone call right now.
Oh, she left. Okay.
No, she didn't leave. She's still here, but I think she said somebody called her.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think this is all very new, and PPM got so mad.
Oh, really?
They got really mad. But it happens.
Yeah.
So that I dozed off for a second. That guy you were debating.
Yeah.
Dude, that guy put me to sleep.
Okay,
Too much BS.
I have a very different way of talking to people. I have this really long form conversation, and I bring things back in and out really sort of rhythmically, and I feel like you have a good way of doing things. You have a mid range and a sort of like short Spartic range as well. Like me, I just go very long winded. I let them talk themselves around, and I now I'm getting like I'm understanding exactly where you're going, and then I let them get there, and then I bring them back around, and I bring them back around again. It's like herding cats.
I mean,
that's my position.
that's cool. I'm not the. I thought I just dislike that. At least we agree that that he doesn't treat animals like friends. I think to me that's already like a middle ground.
At some point, you've got to call the bullshit out. Yeah, I 100%.
But everything else, like everything they were saying, it's difficult to judge if you don't actually see it, because they'll just say anything to justify their position. Hey, Liv, so you're not vegan, right?
No, I'm not vegan.
Do you think being vegan is a moral obligation?
I think it's an opinion, a choice, and a belief, and I like, you can be as vegan as you want. I completely and utterly respect it. I was just kind of here to just, my first goal was to listen in, but I've ended up talking for hours and hours now.
But do you think animals deserve respect?
Yes.
So do you
I think
there-
everyone deserves respect.
Is there any way to respect animals without being vegan?
Yes, through ethical slaughter.
So what exactly is ethical slaughter of an animal who doesn't want to die and you don't need to kill them?
I would say, well, you wouldn't kill a creature that you wouldn't need to kill. But with ethical killing, I think it would have to be the animal's dead before they even know they're dying.
So, but ethical killing in your worldview does imply or does necessitate need, right? It does have to have the need for it, right?
Yes, be it like survival, mainly survival, to be honest. I'm so sorry, I'm getting so many messages. Apologies.
That's okay. So you agree that you would need it, but do you agree that nowadays we don't need any form of animal products to survive and thrive?
Not necessarily, because Well, with people with poor financial situations, I know someone did mention that you can eat for cheap.
Is that your situation?
Technically, we've gone into my situation before. Someone had quite an interesting little list about me.
But my question is, can you thrive on a plant-based? Can you yourself? Could you right now adopt a plant-based diet? Let's assume it is 10% more expensive than what you do now. Could you theoretically afford that and adopt that?
Theoretically afford, no. Theoretically do it, yes. Theoretically thrive on it, no.
So wait a minute. You can't wait. This is no. So you say theoretically you can't afford it. So what you're saying right now is that you can't afford a 10% increase in prices and products, right? In food.
Yes.
So if inflation increases, what are you going to do?
If inflation increases, I don't actually think I'll survive.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's already kind of sucks.
No.
But
Yeah, I
okay.
know.
So let's imagine a situation, just so that we take the whole budget out of the equation. Let's imagine that we can give you resources to help you be on a plant-based diet while also being completely healthy, while thriving, and while also being within your budget. Would you have any reason to continue oppressing animals then?
Within all of that, yes. However, for me, this is just for me. There might be others who are along the lines of my situation. I did mention it earlier. Did have a bout of eating disorder. I am thankfully getting on the way of recovery,
You
healthy
had
weight and
what?
all of that. An eating disorder.
An eating disorder. Okay.
So with mine, it was anorexia, constantly looking at food, constantly looking at calories, and this is not to say all veganism is bad. This is not to say that, but it was what's it? My dad showed me videos about like how all food was created, and there was quite a common one that I think vegans use. Some vegans use, not all vegans, not all vegans.
But
I'm scared of offending people.
but you said one second. But you said you're past the eating disorder, right? So
Yes.
so that's no longer an issue then. I'm assuming you are recovering from it physically, not mentally.
Yes, the reason why I say pass is because whilst I'm physically recovered, mentally, for me at least, eating is still a struggle. I still have to actually convince myself to eat full stop. And I have been staying away from diets because it brings back all of that bad stuff. And with veganism,
But
you do
veganism is not a
correct.
diet, right? So I'm just
No,
failing to
it's not
understand
a
the
diet.
exact. So why? So assuming you could still eat like you want to eat a burger, let's say, right? You want to be healthy mentally, and you want to restrict yourself on what you're eating, and you want to eat a burger. You can still eat a plant-based burger. The point of it is not restricting yourself as your diet, because I'm assuming that if you go into the supermarket right now, you want to eat a burger, and the only burger meat that you find is coming from dogs or humans. They're just this specialty, this company who exploits and slaughters humans and dogs and makes this special burger combined, like both human meat and dog meat. I'm assuming you wouldn't buy that, right?
No. Oh, hello. Who is that? Husin? Hi, Husin.
Hello.
So if you wouldn't buy that, then you already understand the point that we're trying to make, because the point that we're trying to make is, why wouldn't you buy that, but you're buying the same thing done from other animals?
I'm not here to like fully disagree or agree with you. I'm just here because I'm curious.
Fair enough. And
Well,
that's
he's
that
trying
but
to he's
that,
trying to educate you at
yeah,
this point.
that's all I'm
That's
trying to say, right? It's not because if you see it as a diet and as a restriction, then obviously with an eating disorder you're going to have trouble picking it up or even acknowledging it or adopting it. But if you see it as the moral stance to be, which it is, which you also would maintain this moral stance if it were other animals, then you're just basically extending the moral value that you give to other animals to also these animals who also deserve it, right? As you probably have acknowledged.
one. I understand the argument you're trying to make. I do. I'm not disagreeing with it, but I will say it doesn't necessarily
You
fit
do
me.
disagree with it through your actions, though.
Yeah, true. I was about to say the only meat that I do indulge in is beef. I don't
Oh
eat
God.
bacon. I don't eat any pork. I don't eat any lamb. Don't eat any duck.
But
I do
like,
just strictly stay on beef.
but what makes you think that a cow is worth less of life than any other being?
I'd say for that it is emotional intelligence and emotional connection.
But all other animals are similar in emotional intelligence and emotional connection capabilities.
Explain?
So if I were to take a dog and compare it to a cow, the dog would have similar emotional capabilities to a cow, and the dog would have similar bonding capabilities to a cow. Although that doesn't really matter, by the way, the bonding capability, in my opinion. But
I have a
The reason
question.
why I'm
Can I ask?
1 second, let's just finish this conversation, and let's set a timer in 5 minutes, because we've already had you've already had a conversation, Liv, and I don't want to keep you for too long. So let's just wait a couple of minutes, have a couple more minutes conversation with Liv, and then you can ask, okay?
Okay.
So the reason why I mentioned bonding is because a lot of arguments consist of, oh, why would you eat a pig and not a dog? That is why I mentioned bonding, because I'm not saying it's impossible to bond with a pig. You probably can bond with a pig.
And
I
they're
mean,
safe.
I've been with my dad before, so sorry, that was a
Pigs are one
shitty
of
joke.
the pigs are the most common pet outside that is in farm animals.
Yeah. So
I
there's
wasn't aware of that.
there's actually, if you can look it up on Instagram, I'll give you the link. There's a pig called Merlin the pig, and there's this woman who has taught Merlin the pig. She has taught him to not just press buttons saying what it is that the pig needs, but to also do things that a dog. I don't even know if a dog can do all the things that Merlin can do. So outside of
Also,
bonding, outside of cognitive capabilities, which I don't think we should judge somebody based on either of those. Why exactly do you disregard cows, or don't you think that, like, let me put it this way: if I put a dog in a slaughterhouse, do you think they would feel differently than if I put a cow into a slaughterhouse?
I would personally think that it is. Once again, we are all animals, and this is why I say intelligence as well. But a dog, you can take it to a field and it won't really acknowledge where it is. It will just be, oh, grass, you know?
What makes you think that it won't acknowledge that it's moved a different direction?
They do
It will
acknowledge.
acknowledge it's in a new.
They do acknowledge. That's why a lot of animals can find their way home a lot of the times, because they know they're in a different place.
A lot of animals can, but some animals can't, I'll say.
Okay, so if a human being is cognitively impaired and cannot find their way home, or does not know if they change the location, does that mean that we have we can do whatever we want to this human being, like kill them for optional food?
Because it's the same animal as we would show like respect and compassion towards it.
Wait, so
Sorry,
do you
I'm
think
referring to it as humanizing.
so how is it that you think simply because they belong to the same group as you, they deserve moral consideration, but if they belong to a different group, they wouldn't?
I mean, that is how it works in the animal kingdom.
Well, that is also how it works in the racist ideology. Racists justify their racism by saying these individuals don't belong to our group; they belong to a different group.
When
Or
I say
sexist.
humans, I mean humans as a whole. Just
But you're isolating a group.
Yeah,
It's the same it's the same consistency.
You're just
no,
using a
when I
different
say
group.
humans, I'm referring to all humans, whether you're black or white, whether you're a woman or a man, whether you're gay or straight.
But wait, but white people will say the same. When I say white people, I refer to all white people, whether they're gay or straight, whether they're human or men. When a sexist will say, I refer to all men, whether you're gay or not, or as long as you're man, you're all good. You see, like all of these, you're just mentioning a different category, but it's still a category. And yes, your category contains more individuals than racists or sexists do, but you're still defining a category that you say these people have moral worth because they're part of my category.
So, oh, God, hang on, I'm at lost for words. Can I come back in 5 minutes? I've also got to get my washing out quickly. If you want to go to Houston, I will be back. I have come back before. My washing is done, and I
Sure.
don't want it to start getting moldy.
Sure.
Yeah, so the question is so like let me give you a situation. So we have a stray cat. We changed its location. Would that be bad, so bad to it that it can die?
I'm not a veterinarian. You should consult a veterinarian for that.
Wait, what's the question?
So we know that cats are pretty territorial, right? Right?
Cat? Like a cat?
Yeah, a
Hold on.
cat. So if you change
Okay.
its territory, would that be so bad to it that it can die?
Well, cats have a more difficult time than dogs moving location.
I don't know if
Like
they would
even
die,
moving,
but I still
but no,
think you
yeah,
should consult an expert on this. I think.
yeah, they do get anxiety from moving. Is it going to kill it? No. Is it going to like he was saying, is it going to cause it distress? Yes.
What I mean is
Um,
because she
because
changes location, could that lead to, like the cat not knowing where is the food at, or like, and that could lead like to her death. That's what I mean. Is it so hard to it to learn about a new location?
it's not impossible. You're right. It is hard for it to learn a new location, but that's it's because of cats they're a lot more stationary. Like they're like you were saying, territorial. And so now they're having to develop and readjust their territory.
Okay.
Lewis, can you
Yeah.
mute yourself, please? There's a lot of background noise coming from you. Thank you. Go on, Hussein. Sorry.
Yeah.
No,
So
I finished it. I got my answer.
yeah, cats like to stay localized. They don't like to expand as much. Like dogs are much more migratory. Like they migrate a lot more.
Hussein, do you believe cats should adopt a plant-based diet?
No.
So if you can have a cat that is healthy on a plant-based diet, do you think that then you should give them a plant-based diet?
That's a specific situation because the cat is my pet, and the cat has natural instincts, right?
I'm
And
not talking about
so,
that. I'm talking about a situation where you make choices for them, and what they eat is a choice that you make for them, right? Am I wrong to assume that?
oh,
No. So
no,
you
no,
wait. You don't make
yeah,
choices for what they eat?
no. I said no. That's not wrong for you to assume.
Okay. So if
Oh,
you make choices for what they eat, then shouldn't you make the most ethical choice?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah. So wouldn't be if you were presented with two choices, where your cat would be healthy but it would kill other animals, and one where your cat would be healthy but it would not kill other animals, then wouldn't the preferable choice be the one where that cat would be healthy and not killing other animals?
Yeah, I would make the choice that she would eat the vegan cat food. Yeah,
Hmm.
if it's not really pricey.
Okay. Are you vegan
Uh, uh,
yourself?
what?
Are you vegan yourself?
No, I'm not vegan.
So then I ask you the same thing. If you are presented with the choice where you get your nutrition and all your food enjoyment from plant-based products, which don't exploit other animals, and the choice where you get your nutrition and food enjoyment from animal-based products, which exploits and slaughters animals,
Hmm.
why would you make the choice which exploits and slaughters animals?
It's the same. I would choose the less pricey route.
Would you apply the same logic if the cheapest animal products in the supermarket would be coming from exploited and used cats?
No.
No. So then,
Yeah,
Yeah,
because of social norms.
right. So I guess
Mm.
like the logical connection would be like, so it was super a big financial devastation for people to give up slavery. Does that
But
mean that they
but you guys rely a lot on hypotheticals and
well,
specific
this
situations.
isn't a hypothetical. This is what actually happened, right?
Yeah,
This is kind of why it went this direction. It was a super huge financial devastation for people to give up slavery. Did that justify them to keep doing slavery?
Well, first of all, I'm here for listening. Second thing is that first of all, there is no situation that cats are being sold less than cows. And
hypothetically, what if they were?
what if they were? What if they were? That cannot happen ever.
I don't see a world in which that's a logical.
Connection.
Yeah, it would be a logical consistency. I mean,
I
that
do.
could happen, right? Could you not engage with the hypothetical? Just
I could.
for
I.
our pleasure. Can you not like test bed two different types of ideas in a
Let's be
hypothetical?
honest here. Let's be honest here. You guys are not asking an ethical person.
wait, are you
Well,
not ethical?
could you at least touch on my basis and like detach from the hypothetical for a minute? Because mine wasn't a hypothetical, it was a thing that actually happened. I want to know what your position was when it was a huge financial devastation for people to give up slavery. Um, did that justify them to continue slavery?
To other human beings? No, of course.
Okay, why? What in
Because
humans? What in humans made it unethical for
because
us to continue
because
slavery?
a not so human point would be because human beings have more potential than just being slaves. They have a lot of potential to exceed beyond slavery.
Well, animals have a much more potential than just to be exploited.
To potential to do what?
Live their own life, and contribute to their own societies.
And wait a minute, wait. Potential. Can we agree that there's human beings who don't have any potential to help society at all?
I would agree.
I mean, in fact, there's human beings who might be detrimental to society. If you take, for instance, a person who lives on life support, well, not life support, I guess, somebody who is literally needs a lot of medication in a state like UK, because I'm assuming you live in UK, I don't know, or wherever, where they receive some social service from the government. They're basically using tax money to stay alive, to stay healthy, and they need other individuals to help them. Like, basically, they're not helping society in any way, they're just staying alive. And I'm sure that you wouldn't say that that individual needs to be exploited or killed, would you?
Sorry, I'd just like to quickly jump in if that's okay.
Sure.
So, people who are on medication tend to be on it for a reason. Sorry, frog in my throat. And people who are on benefits or disability or whatever it is also tend to be on it for a reason. Now,
Yeah,
I'm gonna.
you jumped in a little too late. That's
Oh,
besides the point. The point that we
I'm
were
sorry.
touching. No, you're fine. The reason that he was mentioning those kinds of people was because we were touching on potential of being the reason to not to abolish slavery. And so he was tackling the logical consistency of
Oh, okay. I've
Yeah,
missed a lot.
but
That's
let
my
me
bad
tell
on
you
me.
this. First of all, you're talking about specific situations too. Again, most people are protective and can be exploited in different ways than animals. I would say even that we should solve the human problem before the animals. Prioritize it more. And
Wait. Prioritize humans over animals. That's already inherently discriminatory because it's like you saying when a human being suffers, it's way worse than when an animal suffers, first of all. And second, you don't have to
yeah,
prioritize
because
either.
humans are being exploited too.
Yeah, but you don't have to prioritize either. You can mute
Yeah, of
yourself.
course, we have different societies having themselves focusing on a certain aspect of human problems. Yeah, but I said that personally speaking.
But you don't have to prior. Even if you think you want to prioritize humans, which is yet again discriminatory. Even if you want to do that, you can still spend your life fighting for humans. And when you make choices, you can make the choices that don't exploit and slaughter animals. Because we're not telling you right now, go and do activism. That would be cool. But we're telling you, make the bare minimum effort and don't choose for animals to be exploited.
Mm.
Do you
To be
acknowledge that
honest,
you
I
have
don't
these
think.
choices? Say it again.
Well, I live in a country that doesn't really have a very good choice to make.
I have heard this every person I've talked to on this Discord. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm gonna tell you the same.
what's your point of?
Every single person has told me the country they live in, they cannot go
Yeah,
vegan.
because
Every
because
every place that you eat meat has vegetation, and let me explain to you why. You feed that vegetation to the meat that you acquire. If you subtract the meat,
well, so
you
you
have
want me to eat
vegetation.
grass?
What? You don't have
You
to
want
feed it
me
grass.
you
If
you
you
want
can
me to
grow
no,
grass,
wait a minute.
if
When
you
you
can
say
grow
that,
grass, you can grow other vegetation.
yeah, but it's
Grass is
different.
the
It's
most
easier to grow.
nutrient consuming veget of a form of vegetation. It consumes more nutrients out of the soil than any other plant. That erosion is caused by grass more than any other plant causes erosion.
Yeah, because it's being grown more.
No, because it is a hyper consuming plant. So if you can grow grass, you can grow other forms of vegetation. You don't have to grow that grass. And by the way, Greenland is the least habitable landmass of human civilization, and they have vegans there. So I don't care where you're from, I guarantee you, you have people that are already vegan where you were at.
But
Th- That is true. I can't deny that. And yeah, that is true. And I should take it more seriously.
Sorry to get heated. I just hear that argument a lot.
No, I don't have a problem with anyone getting heated.
Yeah.
It's a serious concern for you guys, I can tell. And me myself, no, but we don't really have a lot of money to support a vegan lifestyle, like an extreme one.
idea
So
that it is an
it,
extreme one.
If I'm gonna be desperate, if I'm gonna be desperate with it and really serious, I would have only a few type of beans and lentils to eat.
No, but wait. There's two things there. And let's tackle them the easiest way. One, if we give you resources to help you thrive on a plant-based diet, according to your budget and with Is there
You
any
You're
reason
scratch.
for you to continue
Hold
oppressing
on,
animals?
Chip. You're scratching out.
you
Oh,
disconnected.
am I?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Now we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, so I was saying that if we give you resources to help you thrive on a plant-based diet, is there any reason why you would continue oppressing animals?
No, there is no logical reason. No,
So then, if we provide you with these resources, then from this moment on, you will no longer oppress animals?
I don't think so. No.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Let me put it in the chat. They hook
Yeah.
you up with a
Challenge
nutritionist.
22 is what he's talking about.
Am I cutting
You were
in and out?
scratching out. Yeah.
Can I can I ask this fellow like a question? Hussein?
Yeah, go for it. I'll be right back if I'm coming in. And
Yeah. I would like to ask you like because you probably have like a bit more insight than we do about like your supermarkets. What do they perhaps like affordable to your budget already?
Sorry, everybody. I'm restarting Discord just to be sure that, because I think my internet connection is okay. It's just Discord that I updated right before this.
And like if you go by your flour, you like on your like cooking products, like yeast. Do you know what yeast is?
We do have yeast, but it comes from foreign countries.
Okay. There's a thing called nutritional yeast.
I don't
It's
know what's that.
yeah, it would be right next to yeast. If you go into the yeast part of, or it usually is. If you go
That's only one
next,
type of yeast that we have.
okay. Well, maybe just make sure, like, nutritional yeast is a yeast that has all the nutrients that you would like it has a huge amount of vitamin B12. I think there's vitamin D in it. Um, there's a really big crucial things that you could get for your nutrients, and it's super cheap. Uh, and
We don't.
then you can eat any plant that you want with nutritional yeast, and you'll be completely healthy on it and any diet that you choose.
I don't think we have it. No.
Okay. What country are you from?
Iraq. We consume a lot of meat there.
I'm gonna look it up. Oh, every
It's one of
country
the main
consume.
food
Every country
resources.
does that. That's very common in absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, but we have a lot of herds. I mean, really a lot. So I don't, maybe we're in the top 50. I don't know. No, I don't think we're in the top 50 because we take the old-fashioned way.
So
We don't like
yes,
have slaughterhouses. Maybe for chicken, but not for cows or
Can I
lamb.
ask you? Can I ask you something? How different? I don't know about this, so this is a question, a genuine question. How different is your cuisine from the Iranian cuisine?
I don't know the Iranian cuisine very well, but we're different, a lot different because we consume a lot of meat and beans, chickpeas, and lentils. That's our main cuisine. A lot of bread too.
Thing into Iran.
so it says here that
Mhm.
Iraq has both fortified and non-fortified nutritional yeast within the in especially in the specifically the X
And by the way, there can be a logical reason, to be honest, for not supporting vegan lifestyle.
For not supporting the
what would
respect of animals. Go on.
I'm gonna tell you. So we lose like 1 million I don't know how much specifically, but like a million something of farmland every year from 2003 until now, and most of our vegetables come from Iran, a country that me myself don't support.
What? How do you use the land mostly from? Where is the land being lost? Why is the land lost from?
From Iraq.
No, no. You
No, like,
said
but why is there vegetation being grown in Iraq?
What?
no, so. You
What is
said
the
you're losing land. That's why you can't be
Yeah,
vegan. Please tell me why is it that you're losing land, and how is that related to veganism?
we're losing land because of political reasons.
And how is that related to
Uh,
veganism?
it's related to
Yeah.
me personally.
well, no, but you said that's a reason to not go vegan. Why is that a reason
Yeah,
to not
because
go?
we get most of our vegetables from Iran, and I told you we don't support Iran as a country.
Huh? Yeah.
But you can get all the
Jump.
you can get the enough of the, like, again, I feel like if you can get everything that you need, because you have beans, lentils, chickpeas, all of
सर्दी
this.
में तो सब वो क्यों लिए तो फिर एंटीबायोटिक लेता है
Can you mute yourself,
कौन
Riser,
सा खाना
please?
I muted him. Continue.
Riser, can you
सिटीजन वो
mute yourself?
एंटीबायोटिक नहीं
Okay, I also muted him. Okay. Um, so you can get the beans, lentils, chickpeas. So you can get legumes. You can get rice, pasta. You can get all that. So you can get pretty much everything that would solve your diet anyway. It's like, because I feel like the thing about it, your diet already consists of everything. You would just need to be replacing meat. And what you're saying is that you don't want to replace meat with something that is used, that is coming from Iran, and you can do that.
Yeah.
You don't have to. That doesn't have to come from Iran. They grow
Yeah, if you
soy
talk
everywhere.
about well, then because it's gonna be more expensive, like a lot more expensive if it's from my homeland.
Beans,
Well,
chickpeas, rice, and stuff aren't very expensive. And like I
Yeah,
said,
but tomatoes and cucumbers and fruits in general are.
but those are
you
not.
don't have to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then
You,
my diet will not be balanced.
well,
Wait, 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 wait,
I
wait.
already told you. I already told you that nutritional yeast is available. If you have nutritional yeast,
I
you can
never saw
get.
it. Man, I
Well, no,
go,
I already just
I,
discovered.
I get,
We
I
can look
get,
into what
I get,
supermarkets to go to.
I get groceries every day for my family, and I never saw nutritional
Okay,
yeast.
but you've never looked for it. That's the thing. That's the difference. You don't look for it, you don't know it's there. I we can go
You-
through what supermarkets, and I can help you find what specific supermarket and like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's only a select place in Iraq that has nutritional yeast. However, that being said, if you do get nutritional yeast, you can eat any kind of diet. You could eat rice, beans, chickpeas, all those things with nutritional yeast, and you will get all the nutrients that you need.
Hmm. Well, that would be cool if I found nutritional
Yeah.
yeast because
Nutritional yeast is amazing stuff. Yeah.
well, is it like a secret sauce? What the fuck? How does it
No,
have all of this?
it's been around for so many years. People just don't use it. And there's both non-fortified and fortified nutritional yeast.
Hmm.
Yeah. So sorry, Chip. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's okay. I feel like you're creating kind of this there's something illogical there. I don't know how to call it, but because you say if I'm gonna go vegan, I need fruit and vegetables to get everything that I need. But
Hmm.
now, what you get from fruit and vegetables are not things that you get from meat anyway. So anything that you think you need from fruits and vegetables, you should already have it covered by now if you actually need it, right?
Yeah.
So then there would be no extra need for more fruit or more vegetables if you are in a situation that you would go vegan, because you would still get everything that you need how you get it now. Because again, like vitamin C is not something you get from meat, it's something that you get from fruits and vegetables. And if you already
You know,
get your
by the way, until 2050, we could like don't have any like good farmlands by 2050. So I don't know. I'm more concerned about
Well, the
countries, to be
more that
honest.
the world goes vegan, the more land we will have to reserve.
And if you're worried about farmland and efficiency within your country, then all the more reasons to adopt a plant-based diet, because a plant-based diet uses considerably less arable land, uses considerably less water, and contributes to considerably less deforestation or eutrophication. And these are studies, not opinions. This is empirical evidence that's pretty well established. So even if you don't really care about animals or the moral aspect of it, you should still adopt a plant-based diet because you want your country to thrive.
I would also
Yeah.
like to add, you don't even need empirical evidence. All you'd have to use is logistics. For example, there's 90 billion animals on the planet, right? Or for land animals, for animal agriculture.
Mhm. Yeah.
There is 8 billion people. If there is 90 billion between cows, chickens, and pigs, cows and pigs alone eat more than double of the amount of calories that we get. So when what I was saying is the vegetation that you feed cows, you require much more land to feed those cows because you require the vegetation, land for the vegetation to feed the cow. Uh, and then you also need the land for the cows. So you're taking more than double the amount of land that we would need just to feed ourselves.
Yeah, I get your point. Yeah.
Yeah, I would. So obviously, if you are already, I mean, I'm not sure like how convinced you are, but if you are interested at the very least, I think it would be the most helpful to actually reach out and come into contact with people that live actually in Iraq that are vegan, because
Never
they
seen
probably
one.
have like what?
I never seen one.
I don't
Yeah,
think
that's
you're
why.
vegan, bro.
The only guy I know who's a vegan was Egyptian. He wasn't even Iraqi.
I will look up and see if there's a Iraqi animal rights group.
But also Challenge 22, they actually hook you up with other people also in the group that might be in fact coming from Iraq also. So I'm not like, because it's an international website, so I'm just going to put it again there, and it might be something that you can just subscribe and see how it goes. I think it could be a good thing for you.
Let me search it up actually.
There's the Kurdistan Organization for Animal Rights Protection is the primary animal rights group in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, founded in
There's
2000.
I don't
there's
like
even
it.
like an Iraqi cookbook apparently. That's also interesting.
We have a lot of books.
Yeah,
But
it's just it's
you're saying did you say you're not from the Kurdistan area? Well,
Yeah,
like even if you're not from there, they can still help you a lot better than we can. Is the point? Like I might not
yeah.
be I might not be like PETA might not be in my state, right? But PETA would be a better option than me to reach the Iraqi organization that is uh, even though like they are in a different state, they are across the country, they still will be able to help me within the select area because just because they're in that area doesn't mean they're stay in that area. Like animal rights act groups go places and they travel and they'll be able to help you find other animal rights groups.
Mm. I hope they're not gay.
I'm pretty sure they might have some, but they also might have none. So
你应该知道，
just because somebody's vegan doesn't mean they're gay.
And it wouldn't matter if they were.
Exactly.
You know,
这
I
个
was,
属于说你沟
no,
通
it,
聊
it
天，
does. You know, I was a musician
这个是 AI 的，
and
会讲
I
到
gave
的。
up music just because of the community, to be honest.
What's wrong with the community?
Gay?
What's wrong with somebody being gay?
Well, it's not about the being gay that is wrong. It's mostly about the actions that comes with certain types of gay people.
Like what actions are you talking about specifically?
We're talking about veganism, man. Let's
No,
not
no, no,
open
no,
this
no, no,
topic.
no. I can't let this slide.
You
I can't.
started it.
I can't let this bigotry go. Just go unnoticed. So, what is it that people having consensual sex bothers you?
I don't know. It's like you don't like. So let's say that you met someone on the street, right? You didn't like how he acts, right? And so you generalize and you say that this person is gay or this person is liberal, extremely liberal or extremely on the other extreme. You know,
So you
like
don't like how this person
Islam.
is acting. They're not bothering you in any way. They're just acting themselves. You find because they're acting a little bit different than you. You seem to think that then they should not be allowed to be who they are because they're a little bit different.
I didn't say they're not allowed.
But you have a
But they
problem
are.
with them being who they are.
Yeah, it's my personal problem. It's nobody business.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just that when you single them out, like if you have a problem with certain behaviors, that's one thing. You might find an annoying when somebody chews out loud. That's okay. You can find that annoying. It's up to you. It's your choice. But when you say because you like or because you have consensual intercourse with people who are the same gender as you, or because you feel sexual attraction or romantic attraction towards people who have the same gender as you, then that's a problem. That's not the same thing, is it? Not all gay people behave the same. You understand that, right?
Yeah, I generalized. I'm sorry for generalizing.
but he does have a point that we were talking about veganism. I just want to point that out. Like I'm not gonna state my position, but like
I just don't I dislike it because people who are gay, people who have a different sexual orientation are usually the ones who struggle the most, and people who
right,
don't have that
but
struggle. I understand that's not what we're talking about. I just can't possibly allow that to just
well,
pass.
I just wanted to point out, Chip, that like to be like it's a personal endeavor, whether like for sexuality, where else veganism is like it's not a personal endeavor. It's like to be prejudiced against like somebody who is gay is being prejudiced against somebody's personal endeavor, which is what we are already doing as vegans. We are being prejudiced against people who exploit others. So like do you see what I'm saying? Like it's a totally different discussion.
I'm not saying that it's the same discussion. I'm just saying I don't want that to be seen as something that I just let it fly. That's it.
I agree with Chip in that when bigotry shows its face, we must address it. Period.
Agree. Yeah, and I don't necessarily mean we have to have a whole conversation about it because we're talking about veganism here. You're right, But I also don't think we need to just be like, oh, he just said a completely discriminatory thing that it's okay to fly by. Like, I understand what Hussein meant. He meant that he has a problem probably with people who are a bit more flamboyant, and he does not like that type of behavior. And that's okay if you don't like that type of behavior. But to have a problem with people being gay is a totally different thing than to dislike people being flamboyant. People can be flamboyant and be straight or gay or bi or whatever sexual orientation they have.
All right.
So to bring this topic a bit back, so Hussein, if I may ask you, because you had like the conversation for quite some time now, do you think that veganism holds some merit, or do you think it's completely like BS in your case?
Well, you guys talked about it, and I heard you before talking about it. I don't think it's bullshit. No.
Right. So would you think that your belief in the arguments would, at least at some level, I mean, obviously we could try to help you, or you could reach out to a group perhaps that is living in your area. I think that would even be the best solution. Do you think that these arguments would actually persuade you to change a bit your behavior next time you go to a supermarket?
Yeah.
Well, that sounds pretty good. I mean, because then we can actually, at this point, attempt to help you. Because I acknowledge that it is probably more difficult. I mean, I was on vacation in Greece, and I also had to find I mean, it was still not super hard, but there were some products absent there. Sorry?
Conservator.
I don't understand. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, continue.
Yeah. So, but through during the time on Greece, basically, I also had to find like special stores where it is actually possible to get like certain special foods. Like, so for instance, like nutritional yeast, I could not find it in like regular stores. Same for like TVP, like textured vegetable protein. I could purchase them there. So it was a bit more expensive, but I was still able to obtain them, right? Tofu was a bit better available in Greece. So yeah, it can be challenging. I'm not going to deny that, which is why we are here trying to help you. But again, I think the best help would probably be to get a group that is living in your place. Maybe even in a bigger city, like I don't know, like Baghdad or something like that. I think that would be the best solution for you, I believe. Yeah, but people already who went through the struggle, so to speak, you know. Yeah, because they can actually help navigate you much better. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense.
I mean, it's always like that, you know, like whether it's religion, whether it's politics.
God bless you.
Yeah, it's like it's basically like it's basically.
God bless you, sir.
Why? What's wrong? What's happened?
No, I just said God bless you, saying, because you know he just don't know about, you know.
What?
Continue, go on.
What does God have to do with it?
And what does he not know about?
Man, nothing. God bless this guy. Just, I mean, he's my friend, kinda, cause you know he had a bad day.
I mean, I think Husan has been, or I don't know how you say your name. I'm sorry. Is it Hussein?
Hussein, yeah, exactly. Because he's one of
Okay.
my friends. You know?
Yeah,
No,
but Hussein.
I don't know you. I never talked to you, and
Oh, you
the
don't
only
know me?
time I talked to you, I
Okay,
cursed
what
you.
talked about.
Hold on.
Sorry,
Hussein
go on.
has been a very productive person in this conversation, and you are not. So, being very
That
productive.
doesn't
So
mean I
just
shouldn't be talking. That does mean I shouldn't be talking because he was productive and I wasn't.
No, it's
What?
because we were having a conversation with him, and you can wait your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you're going to be productive to the conversation.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, so as I was saying, basically, I think it's always best to find like a like-minded group, especially nearby in your location, And we see it already. Like we always have these tendencies. We try to find like-minded people, whether you're of a religious background, politics, whatever. It's pretty normal. Discord can also be like an outlet. However, with Discord, you also have some limitations because you have like different nationalities. Not that that is a bad thing, but we want to help you now on a practical level, and we don't have like full insight in how it works, like in Iraq, in terms of like the accessibility of vegan options. So yeah. But what you can use Discord for is basically to strengthen your resolve in veganism. I also did that. I mean, even to this very date, I try to listen to arguments so that my conviction even becomes stronger, right? Even occasionally looking like the footage of slaughtered animals can help to remind yourself why you're doing that, like vegan activism, or why you even staying
Wow.
vegan.
Are you vegan?
Yes, I'm a vegan. Yeah, I'm a vegan.
100% vegan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you use
Yeah.
steroids?
No, I don't.
So you don't use steroids and you work out and you're vegan.
Yes.
Same here.
Yeah.
All right, God bless.
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you
Yeah.
from?
I'm from Germany.
You're from Jordan.
Germany.
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 Not Jordan.
Germany. Okay.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been vegan for six years, and I've been lifting for almost like 13 years. So yeah, I'm not gonna build any more muscles, in my opinion. Barely.
Wait.
No, I wasn't talking about muscle. I was like, this
Chip
guy's
just
a
put
vegan.
on 2 kilos in 2 days.
No, I didn't put 2 kilos in 2 days, but
Nah, never.
I definitely put
2
on.
weeks. Sorry.
Yeah, I definitely put on some mass. I also lost it before because I was on a pretty high calorie deficit, but I put it back pretty quickly and I increased a little bit. And I think you can definitely reach your full. Let's put it this way for everybody listening: you can definitely reach your full muscle potential, or you can build as much muscle as your body can possibly build on a plant-based diet. It's just as easy. You just have to eat plant-based products high in protein. That's it.
Yeah, and
protein.
So
There's
yeah,
no
guys,
difference between animal.
wait a minute. Where do you guys draw the line on veganism?
Exploitation.
So what do you mean by that?
Okay, so
everything
Go ahead.
everything that revolves everything that our hands everything that involves our hands towards animals, essentially, that's exploitation. So everything that we humans do to animals is obviously considered exploitation.
So do you include like rodents and insects?
No, that's not. Depends what you mean. But for instance, if we farm or we harvest plants, right? That's not exploitation. If we kill them accidentally,
Do
that's
you
not
think
considered exploitation.
that even like no, like, do you draw the line on like insects? Do you guys not care about insects, or do you care? Do you care about
We care about
rodents, or you
insects
guys
like
don't?
honey. We care about insects like honey and stuff like that. We care about people eating crickets. We do care about insects.
We don't do any of that. Yeah, when it comes to situations like insects, unfortunately, we don't pay for insects to be exploited for food, which they are, by the way, also in animal agriculture nowadays. For chicken, for example, they are growing. I forgot what they're a certain type of insect that they're growing specifically to feed chickens so that they grow faster. So when you're consuming animal products, you're not just exploiting the animals, you're also exploiting the insects, which is the sad reality that will happen soon.
But chickens are omnivores, like in nature, just like us. So what's wrong with chickens eating insects?
If you can feed a chicken something that they do, that's not a being who was exploited and slaughtered, why not?
Let's say in like in a natural way, not like in an exploited way.
But a chicken will eat whatever they
So
want in nature. I'm sorry, I'll let you speak after this, Axel. So if a chicken will eat whatever they want in nature, but a chicken that's uh, in animal agriculture is not a chicken that's in nature. Are they? They're just an individual who is being
Yeah,
exploited and slaughtered. So
but there is a lot, not only insects, there is a lot of rodent deaths in the farming industry.
Sure.
A lot. Yeah,
So we
so
kind of already touched on that. Yeah, we already kind of touched on that topic. The fact is that if we all go vegan, less of that crop death will happen.
yeah.
We already kind of touched on that with the previous topic. Like, if there's less plant agriculture and there's less animal agriculture, then there will be less crop deaths.
Wait,
So
wait a minute, then. So if naturally there is the predators, there is like omnivores, like chickens, like I'm not sure about some eagles. No, no, they don't eat plants. Anyway, so why do you like? What do you guys think? Like, isn't a human an omnivore? Why should we like evolve in a different way from our natural way?
But
Well, you just said that we're omnivores. That means we can live off of plants.
Yeah. So
Yeah, but
and
that will
we
go.
presented you.
That will still go against nature.
Wait, Hussein,
No,
your
because
nature.
an omnivore can live off of either just meat or just plants. It has the choice because we can consume both.
And Hussein, the thing
Yeah,
is,
but
Hussein,
why? No, wait. Why are we held to a moral standard? Like unlike chickens, let's say, or
But
like lions.
Hussein, a lion. So there's a thing that lions do is in order to have sex with the females in the tribe. That's a fancy word for a group of lions. They will kill all the babies in that tribe. Would you accept that if a human being, in order to have sex with all the wives of their friends, to kill all their babies?
Yeah, but chickens can be cannibal as well.
I'm asking
So,
you, would you accept
that's
it?
also
Would you accept it if a human being would kill all the babies of their friends so that they can have
that's
sex with their
the
wives and they would
that's
say
their
it happens in
that's the
nature?
so that's their nature. That's different from our nature.
No, that's also in our nature because we can do it. That's the whole thing about it. We have the instinct to do all of that. You just seem to think that
Yeah,
we should be
stepdads
go.
want to kill their
yeah,
stepdads want to kill their.
Hussein, you have to understand that ethics, most often than not, is about emancipating from nature. I mean, even religion talks about this. We should rise sometimes above. If it makes sense to rise above nature, we should do that. Because not everything that comes from nature is necessarily good, right? Some are maybe, but some are not. But this is why we have a brain. We can think about these things, right? So we can say, well, I may have this instinct right now. I might have an urge to do something good or bad, but I also have goals, right? And values in my life. Does it make sense now to act in discordance? Is that the right word? Yeah, in discordance with my values or in accordance with my values. So we think about these issues, right? We don't always give in to our urges and our instincts, right? So we all have like all these like inner struggles, right? Sometimes we have like certain, and it's normal. I would say it's normal, right? Sometimes we want to have pleasure right now, but we also have goals far deep in the future, and which is why we can think about these. We have this reflection, like we have this reflective ability that some animals, I think, maybe they do it, they have it, but not to the extent that probably we do, right? We can literally think about our choices, which is why we can be held responsible as well.
I can't touch on homosexual relationships because of what you said, but I will not change the subject.
Yeah.
Well,
But do you think I have but do you think your point about like nature has been addressed, that sometimes we should not act in accordance with our natural inclinations?
Are you in agreement, Hussein?
You know, I'm an annoying guy, and I love to be annoying, and I'm thinking of a response.
Okay, go ahead and think. It's never a bad thing to think.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, maybe we can move to somebody else, and while Hussein will listen to. Oh, did Hussein leave? They left. Oh no, you're still here. So maybe meanwhile we can move to somebody else, and while Hussein listens, maybe he comes up with arguments or something. But that's not the point, Hussein, by the way, right? Like, we're not here to get you to come up with arguments. But if you want, you can do that, because we're pretty strong in our position. So, yeah.
So I'm probably going to head off after this question, but I don't know if this is just a me experience. It might just be a me experience. I have spoken to vegans before, and in my school, group of vegan girls, and they just straight up bullied anyone who ordered the meat option instead of the vegan option. Obviously, not every vegan is like that, but my genuine question...
Define bully for a second.
Define bully?
Yeah, define what they're doing to bully people.
Well, this was a while ago, so I only say what I remember.
Yeah, go ahead and go off of your memory to what they did.
So there was one girl who they particularly hated. I cannot for the life of me remember her name. She would be in front of them in the line. I feel like it's not good to bully people, I'm sorry. Basically, our vegan options in school were a lot more expensive. The average meal was £2.50. The vegan meal was £5. I remember what was in it? I do not. So I can't fully explain that. It could just be the way the school does it. I do not know. Okay. We would go into the canteen, we'd line up, we'd grab our plate, we'd walk across, grab our food and pay for it at the very end. Now, what would happen was this poor girl, she'd grab, I think it was a ham sandwich. Yeah, she always got a ham sandwich, I remember that. And these girls would fucking grab her ham sandwich after she paid for it, smash it in her face, smash it on the floor, stomp it into the ground, so she would then have to buy it again. And yeah, as far as I'm aware...
We don't condone this kind of behavior, by the way. Let's just make it clear. We don't condone violence or forcing individuals. We're all here to try to explain people what the moral principles are and why logical consistency in morality is important. Because a lot of the times the people maintain and hold the same moral beliefs that we do. It's just that they're not logically consistent on them. But we do not condone any form of violence or bullying.
Right. So the only thing that I would ask that, like Chip said, we don't condone it. We're not saying it's great. However, would you say that's worse than slitting the throat of a sentient being?
I came to genuinely just get a taste of the vegan community and try and understand it, try and get some different perspectives, try and learn something.
Right, this is how you get a taste of it, is you get asked questions.
And also,
no,
please,
it's not that. It's
live 1 second before that. I just urge you, because you said you're gonna go. I'm please, the community, the vegan community, the vegan individuals that you meet do not matter for your decisions whether to exploit or slaughter innocent animals. You can be any type of vegan person that you want to be. You can even be a vegan person that doesn't say they're vegan. If at the end of the day, your choices do not exploit or slaughter animals, if at the end of the day you make choices that respect their individuality, like you would in the case of any other animals or humans, then we cannot really ask more of you. We would love it if you were also an animal rights activist, like how we are. But if you don't find it in yourself to do that, that's something else. The bare minimum and what we want people to do is at least not pay for animal exploitation. How they want to behave after they start doing that is out of our control, isn't it? Like there's people who behave nicely and are meat eaters. There are people who behave shitty and are meat eaters also. It's not there's no relationship between somebody behaving like a piece of shit and with whether they're vegan or not. Okay.
See, this is why I'm asking, because this could just be a me experience. What I have noticed is when you talk to someone with a differing opinion, most of them can be respectful about it. Now, I'm a very talkative girl, and I do like getting others' opinions. And you've probably seen me hopping around in different voice chats. Like, I'm an atheist, but I sometimes go into the religion voice chats to what's the word, to get a taste of their point and their perspective.
That's
because
cool.
I find all options of perspective interesting. And the only time that I have been like outright fucking hated has been within the vegan one. And I'm not going to say this is not my first interaction with the vegan community.
Yeah.
But there's also a
the
difference.
Whole community.
You acknowledge that there's a difference, right? Because you go into a religious thing, it's a religious thing. We as vegans are not basing ourselves on beliefs, or we have empirical data on our side that you can thrive on a plant-based diet, right? So thus making any form of animal consumption irrelevant. We have empirical data even showing that in almost all of the world population, you can thrive and be healthy and pay less for it. And we have empirical data that animals are sentient beings who want to live. And we have just, if you accumulate all of this, which is basically data, and the logic that we apply to this data, you reach veganism whether you want to or not. You can reject some of the premises and you can start to reject parts of the logic. But if you reject parts of the logic, aren't you really rejecting the whole logic? So then that's the whole thing about veganism. The minute you don't agree with it, it means you either don't agree with the empirical data or the logic that you already withhold. That's the thing that we're saying. And yeah, of course, some animal rights activists will be a bit more fiery, will get a little bit fired up, because you know what? We speak every day to people, well, at least I speak every day to people because I'm an animal rights activist almost every day. And I speak every day to people who come up with the most ridiculous excuses to say that animals deserve to have their throat cut. Like there's literally people who say a cow deserves to have their throat cut simply because they're born a cow, whereas a dog doesn't deserve that because they're born a dog. Where is the logic in that? That's just simple bigotry.
See, with that, obviously, I'm not gonna lie. I think I might be leaving the vegan community alone for a little bit, just because. I personally think that even with a difference of opinion, it is still important to be respectful. The only time when you shouldn't be respectful is when it is outright, genuinely god-awful shit.
Wait, should you be disrespectful? Should you be disrespectful towards somebody who disrespects women?
Because of the religious belief. So let's say, let's say we take your logic, right, and they apply it in a religious context. Wouldn't you say there are boundaries to accept? Like the moment you harm someone else, is that a good reason to be accepting of an attitude?
When you harm something with emotional intelligence and emotional capabilities to understand, yeah. And this
exactly. Yeah, and that is present in animals,
right? I've a genuine question, and I don't know if I'm going crazy. I don't know if I'm being mad. I don't know if I'm the one being offensive here. I do not know. But the amount of aggression, it's not for me. This is not for me.
But yeah, you don't have to embrace it. That already has been addressed by Chip, right?
Yeah.
So all you have to do is basically you just have to accept certain arguments that veganism entails.
I have agreed with some points.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't hyper focus on the individual. I mean, there are some vegans. It's the same with atheism, for instance, right? So there are some outspoken ones. There are more radical ones, whatever that means. There are more aggressive ones. It's also very similar, actually, to the abolitionists, right? Back in the past. Actually, Martin Luther King, for instance, and Malcolm X, there are actually prominent examples. One was very peaceful, to my knowledge, and the other one was actually very, he used violence, right? I think both have their place, I believe. Because if there is a victim involved, right, you want to help that victim. I think, for instance, it was completely permissible for the Allies to use violence as a last resort to stop the oppressor, right? Don't you think so? That's not extreme. That's actually showing integrity, being courageous, and stopping the violence.
No, my problem is, I've said this before. I operate on mutual respect. Yeah, I came in here friendly, nice, and I don't think I've said anything to outright hurt you. Yeah.
Yeah. True.
And I speak to a lot of groups, especially like I do enjoy talking to groups that I have a differing opinion with because it opens up more conversation topics. Personally, that is personal preference. And there are okay. So with homophobes, I speak to quite a few homophobes. For every one bad person I talk to, there are 20 respectful people. For misogynists. For every 5 bad people I meet, there's about 20 good people. Yeah, like people who are kind and respectful and like understanding. Vegan community, no offense, this does not go for everyone. One does not make all. I stand by that. Yeah, but it is so aggressive for such. Personally, I think vegan's like quite a sweet thing. It is so aggressive for something that I see as quite sweet, and it's an experience that I don't think I'm going to be jumping into.
Could I address two things on that? One, has anybody here treated you aggressively? And two, when it is a moral obligation, there tends to be more of a reason to get upset over people denying that it is an moral obligation.
See, I won't name names because that's not something I stand for. I don't think anyone here has like outright crossed a line with me, because if they did, I'd be fucking gone. Full stop. I would be gone or I would be banned. But it is. Oh god, sorry. What was the last bit of the thing that you said?
When it comes to a moral obligation, people tend to get more upset when they are dealing with a bunch of people that are denying that it is a moral obligation.
See, I have agreed on some points, and I have also disagreed on some points, if that makes sense.
What points of a moral obligation have you disagreed with?
Oh god, I can't remember exactly. I think the overall point I disagreed with was that everyone should be vegan.
You don't
that
agree
makes
that
sense.
wait, so you don't agree that everybody should reduce animal exploitation as much as it's possible and practicable?
I worded that wrong. I do apologize. Let me reword that. I think everyone should have a choice on what they eat. If someone wants to go on an
Everybody
all-lamb
does have a
diet, they go
choice.
on an all-lamb diet. If someone wants to stay vegan, they go vegan. If someone wants to be
Wait,
vegetarian, they go vegetarian. If someone wants
Live, but
vegetarian,
should
they be
every
pescatarian.
I'm sorry, but should everybody have the choice if they want to eat humans or not?
There's laws against that.
No, but should there be laws against that? Because the fact that there's laws means nothing. That's legality. Morally, should everybody have the choice to eat humans or not?
No.
Morally?
To be honest.
Yeah, morally, no.
So then, why should everybody have the choice to eat other innocent animals or not? That's what we're
Because
saying.
humans have been eating meat since the prehistoric times.
Humans have also
If
been eating
humans
humans for prehistoric times. There have been cannibalism all around the world for several times. Something being done for centuries does not make it better.
The Aztec
with cannibalism, I have a couple
civilization
points
lived off of cannibalism.
Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt, but in Islam says you can hunt animal. Okay, doesn't have any problem with hunting an animal.
Hey, we're not
If you want
talking
to talk
about.
about this
Well,
stuff,
hold on. We'll address
Yeah.
that in a second.
Okay.
What I was just saying was that Aztecs have lived off of a cannibalism, or like before they were taken over. They lived off of cannibalism through sacrificial. They would eat the hearts of the people to appease the gods. So they'd eat human hearts. and stuff.
So with
So you would say, right? You wouldn't go and say like, oh, okay, what you're doing is your belief. It is your choice. It's okay for you to do that, right?
Mhm.
Do you agree with that?
Well, it is a choice to be a cannibalist, but can I quickly say,
But does that
majority of
justify it?
Pardon?
Does that justify it to your morality?
To my personal morality,
Correct.
no, I wouldn't eat a human unless
No, but would you allow them to?
Yeah,
Would you allow
would you
them?
condemn somebody who eats humans? Would you say if somebody ate humans, would you say it's their choice, or would you say that's wrong what they did?
It depends on the situation that I'm about to bring up. There was, I can't remember what year it was, but it's a very famous story.
Without need,
Rugby
without
team,
need, without need. We know
without
without any need for it. We're talking about the situation where you can make the choice to
if there's
consume.
no need
But
for it, then
let's
no.
just touch
If
on
there's
my
no need,
let's
then no.
just touch on my scenario. The Aztecs who were doing sacrificial rituals to appease their gods, and they'd eat human hearts and throw heads down temples. Would you say
The
that, oh, that
Aztecs.
is your religion, that is your belief, that is okay due to your morality? Or would you address it and be like, what you're doing is wrong, you should stop doing that?
Well, it's their belief. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with, I cannot remember what religion it is. It might be Muslim. I personally don't think that a woman should be veiled. That's my personal opinion. But if a Muslim woman wants to put on a hijab, is it called a hijab? I think it's called a hijab. If she wants to put on a hijab, she can put on a hijab.
But
That's
live the question.
consent.
Yeah, that's consent. So live the question isn't because we are very interested. The nuance here is important. Okay, so we're not asking you. We know other people may find eating humans moral. We know other cultures may seem to have done it for a long time. What we're asking you is that if you maybe open the newspaper, maybe you're going down the street, doesn't even matter how you run into this situation, you're not in any danger. So let's remove that, and you notice that a human being wants to kill and eat another human being simply because they want to, they don't need to, would you say that that person is acting morally within their choice to kill that other human being and eat them?
No.
No. So
would you try to stop them?
This is the point I'm making as well. I genuinely came to just talk and just understand,
Right,
maybe
but
learn something new, and I'm being interrogated, borderline attacked, basically. I'm not saying you lot are attacking, this is just borderline attacking.
this is not borderline attacking.
Truthfully,
We're asking you questions. What do you mean this is borderline attacking? Are we interrupting? Sure. Is it the
I
perfect
know, but it's
conversation? No,
forcing an
but
answer.
it's nothing.
It's
It's not.
forcing an answer. I will answer the question, you will change the question until you get the answer you want. And personally, I'm
That's not true.
probably
Liv, we're
listen.
trying. We're
I would
asking these
become a vegan, but
questions.
the main reason I don't want to be a vegan is because of the fucking community.
But
Also.
wait,
well,
1 second. Wait, first of all, I want to address this, and then you can address the other thing, Axel. So what I'm saying is that we're not attacking you. First of all, the reason why we ask these questions and we get you to draw is because it's, as I said before, nuance is very important in this, because the nuance is what makes the point in all of this. Sadly, we created a society where we understand that we exploit animals. We knew that it's wrong, and we have done this, as you said, for thousands of years. And because we've done it for thousands of years, we've created all sorts of distractions and going around the main point. That's the reason why we have to ask these questions, because that's the reason why we have to go towards this nuance, because we've already created so many ridiculous explanations. Like when we talk to a person, would you eat a dog? They don't answer with yes or no. They answer with, well, there's cultures that do, which is not the point that we're trying to make. We know that there's cultures that do. And then the same thing like we did now with, is it okay to eat a human being? We asked you this, and it took a while for you to answer this question, only to get to the point that it's not okay. You see, so it's not us trying to pressure you or attack you in any way. We're really just trying to get the nuance of the point.
I believe that context does matter. I've always believed context does matter, unless it is a genuinely contextless question. But I am gonna go full stop. And I just want to say one last point. Truthfully, I think the problem with vegans is the whole world would be fucking vegan if they went about the right way. Like, just stop oil activists,
No,
yeah?
no,
Do
Liv,
I
I'm
agree?
not gonna, no, I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
Liv-
let you say this
yeah.
bullshit, Liv. That's bullshit, first of all. So
Yeah,
if you
yeah,
think
Liv.
it's wrong to exploit animals, you should stop exploiting animals. You don't have to do what we do. If you think you have a better method of contacting people and saying it's wrong to exploit animals, I don't want other people to exploit animals, I'm gonna do it my way. Do it your way. But don't go around
Yeah.
saying I'm not vegan because others are behaving in a certain way, or I continue to exploit animals because this or that, or everybody would be vegan if you were differently. This is just like this is not conducive to anything, and it's just placing the blame on somebody else and shaving you of the responsibility that you have for the choices that you're making when you are choosing to exploit animals.
I have examples, yes? Let's say an uneducated person comes in there, they have no clue what vegan is. Not a single clue. They don't even know what the word is, yeah? Let's say they walk up to, not everyone is like this, an aggressive vegan. They will walk away with a bad experience, and they will walk away with that bad judgment because it's a bad reputation. And this is not every vegan. This is not every vegan, okay? Some vegans are really sweet. Some vegans are really nice. I stand on that, yeah? So, one of my flatmates, she's a fucking vegan. We are best fucking friends, yeah?
So you said you wanted to educate yourself on veganism, but you just said that your
I
best
wanted
friend
to
is
say it.
vegan.
Yes,
You just
but
said your
she
best
hasn't.
friend is vegan. Why don't you talk to her about how she does veganism if she's so appealing?
Because when I asked, her answer was, "Oh, I just want to."
So she may not
That
be
was
Well, that's
vegan.
not
Wait,
veganism.
that's plant-based
That's
diet.
Yeah. So listen. So veganism, which is why we are so passionate, it's not just simply because we wanted to. It's because we have seen the urgency. It's a bit
Yeah,
different. It's like
there's a moral obligation too.
yeah. So the thing is, again, like you can find like just look for an activist who is like appealing to you and just stick to them really, because again, I would invite you and urge you to resist the urge to only listen to one's tone of voice. Look at the message really, even if they're being an asshole maybe. Look at the message, because for example, you can have very vocal, let's say, feminists, right? And maybe they behave sometimes very extremely. But I should resist the temptation to just look at these like peripheral characteristics. I should go beyond that and look at the message, not just the messenger, if that makes sense, right? Because it would be especially for me and also for you in this case, like you would miss out on something, right? You would miss out on the message. You could ignore essentially their tone of voice, their insults. Try to look past that and really look at the substance and what they're saying. Because you can find the most violent and the most peaceful vegan, but the message is the same. We should not exploit animals. That's it. That's the core message, really. If you basically just look past that and just see for what it is, the message, it's always about not using and abusing animals. That's what the core message is in the vegan debate and discussion. So
The thing is, as well, if you go vegan, the world will still stay meat. It has been around for so long, and I've said it before. I genuinely do not think the entire world will go vegan.
But
do I
Liv,
think more vegans will probably
hold on,
up? Probably.
hold on, Liv. Before we move on, because I just want to I just want to make sure that we are on the same page. What I just said, does that somehow make sense to you, or is it like completely BS and you should still focus on the messenger a lot, because that is actually like a sticking point that we are having. I agree, it's very human. We want to build a relationship with the person with whom we are conversing. That makes absolutely sense. But I would invite you, if possible, at least occasionally, resist the temptation to hyper focus on the messenger, if possible. I know it is hard, but really look at the substance of what they're saying and try to maybe sometimes ignore their insults or their tone of voice or how they look like. Just look at the substance of what they're saying. really. I know it's difficult, even for me sometimes. Yeah, but now but when we now come to the second argument that you just presented with regards to whether the world will become vegan or not, we're asking you, should you make the change irrespective of how the world will be? Even if the world burns, even if the world is going to shambles, it's about how should you act? Should under your name be animal exploitation occurring? Do you have a responsibility in this? And if the answer is yes, I think you should make an effort. And we can hold your hands, of course. We can help you and guide you, or someone else can.
And also, and I'm sorry, just 1 second, just to make another nuance differentiation, Liv. You have a problem with animal rights activists, not vegans. Let's make it clear. Animal rights activists are the ones who tell people to.
Animal rights activists.
Well, we are animal rights activists.
Yeah,
that's great. That is great.
We don't do
the difference between a Scandinavian and a Viking.
You have a problem with what, Liv? Say that again.
No, sorry. I think I started speaking over Axel. Is it Axel? It is Axel.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Liv? Just.
Yeah, just forget what I was saying. Forget it. It's
you
fine.
sure?
Yeah.
You know more about
it was just a connection. It was just a connection, but it's not necessary. It doesn't provide too much. It was just to help you understand that the same, like you having an issue with an activist versus a vegan is like having an issue with, you don't have an issue with Scandinavians, you have issues with Vikings going into like other countries and raiding and stuff like that. It's the same connection. Like we are the ones who are presenting the message, we are the ones who are making the action. You're having issue with people who spread the message, not the people who are making the moral decision.
Yeah.
My problem is people who cannot operate underneath basic and understanding. Does that make sense?
I mean, I completely agree with you. I hate people who are being illogical, who are not using their common sense, and who refuse to engage in arguments simply because they want to continue doing something that they've been doing their whole life, or because everybody else does it, or they seem to think it's moral all of a sudden because of all these other reasons. So I completely agree with you. We should be using moral and logic more often, and I really dislike it when people don't. So I agree with you on that one.
And also, one thing, yeah, this is a metaphor I'm going to use here. I don't know if it'll fit. Yeah. Would you try if you were gay? I don't know if you are gay. Are you gay? I don't know.
I'm somewhere by curious, but whatever, sure.
Way gay rights. Anyway, by curious. Yeah, we'll just say for this scenario, you're gay. Yeah, complete utter rainbow flags everywhere. Hooray!
Sure.
Would you try and convince a homophobic person to become gay?
No, but I would convince a homophobic to not be a homophobe anymore. I would try to convince a homophobe to not strip of the rights of gay people.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, because we're not asking you to be an animal. We're asking you to not oppress animals.
Yeah. Liv, this has nothing to do, because, again, like you cannot compare a biological inclination to be attracted to a given gender or person or whatever with not exploiting someone else.
The example is because they are two opposites. That is the only reason I've used it as an example, not because of sexual. It's because they are opposites. Yeah.
But wait,
the
Liv.
difference is one is a personal choice, right? That is just based on preference. This isn't based off of preference. This is veganism is based on morality. It's not just preference.
No.
It's like feminism. It's exactly like feminism. Feminism is about respecting the rights of women, and of course it also applies rights and opportunities, because it's a bigger thing. But what feminism is to women is what veganism is to animals. It's the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question: are you equal to a cow?
Say it again.
No.
Are you equal to a cow?
Am I equal in what way? If you're counting how many individuals are alive, then yes, I am one individual, they are one individual. If you're counting how many humans are there, there's only one.
Of individuality. In the terms
humans
of...
are not inherently superior to animals.
I'm going to say being human, I'd say. Just on like like, oh God, what's the word? Conscious scale. Are you equal to a cow?
There is no inherent difference between a human and a cow.
Yeah, plus
that
there's no way of
justifies
knowing.
exploiting.
Plus,
Yeah,
there's no way of me
there-
knowing if a cow has a more rich experience. They have a bigger nose. They smell way better than me. They still see. They still
not
hear.
in terms of physical, obviously. Not in terms of physical.
No, but I mean this
I do not
physical.
like.
Wait,
You're asking, am I gonna save a cow or a human? It
No-
depends on the cow, and it depends on the human.
is that what you're asking, Liv?
Pardon? I
Is
didn't
that-
hear Axel very well.
Yeah, so you're asked, is it that what you're asking, am I gonna save a cow or a human? Because it depends on the cow and it depends on the human.
Okay. Let's just go standard cow, standard human. Yeah? Standard
Okay.
cow.
Well,
and
hold
a
on,
standard-
hold on. Like the standard human is going to be a carnist, right? You are aware of that.
A what?
A person who
Yeah,
consumes
So
the
if a
stand-
standard human, so a
Yeah,
standard
it's going to be a
human
meat
who-
eater.
Yeah, who is oppressing animals, I'm going to choose the cow.
But I'm not. Listen, I guess I hold a more a different position from everybody. I don't think that the actions that you do make you worthy of being alive or not, or give you moral value in any way. I'll respond to you this way. I think the subjective experience that I have could be potentially similar to the subjective experience that any animal would have, including a cow. I can't say which one is richer. On one side, I am more intelligent, sure. So I could have a subjective experience that is enhanced by my intelligence. But on the other side, animals like cows have richer inputs, right? Like they have the reason why I mentioned the big nose, big ears, they probably smell better and hear better. So they might have a richer subjective experience based on that. However, what I would say is that from my point of view, I value my life just as much as a cow values their own life. To me, it's my whole existence. To them, it's their whole existence. Me trying to force one into a slaughterhouse, trying to kill them simply because I consider them as less than other individuals that I put value on is not fair towards them.
They're not. They're not.
I don't know what they're not, but we were talking to Liv, Togomori, so if you wait for a second.
We can eat anything.
Yeah, sure. Togomori, wait for a second, and then we'll talk to you. Did you understand?
Further question as well.
Not just about whether we can. Yeah, it's not just whether we can. It's about whether we should be able to eat everything.
But wait,
Yeah,
let's finish
it's
it,
not
Liv,
about
because
can.
Liv, let's just do 3 more minutes, Liv, okay? Because we've already talked to you for a long
Well,
time.
we can do 3 more minutes. I've got to go soon anyway.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, my washing's probably dry. I'll get it in 3 minutes. Okay. So, question. I'm going to use cow again. What has a cow contributed to your life? Any cow. Any cow at all.
But Liv, I'll tell you this. I'll respond to this question fairly easily. You probably have not contributed to my life in absolutely any way. Yet that does not give me the right to take your life away. Individuals that have 0 value to me does not mean they have 0 value to themselves or 0 intrinsic value. The value.
Say,
what that actually is.
I'm operating underneath a group. All cows, all humans. What has a cow contributed to your life? Any cow at all. Any fucking cow. And what has any fucking human contributed? I'm swearing a lot. What has any human contributed to your life? Any human at all. Could be a random person. Could be a stranger. Could be your mother.
Basically the same.
Well,
I would say that there's most humans
easy.
on this planet have contributed to my life equally or maybe even negatively to what a cow has contributed to my life. There's a lot of human beings who have made my life difficult, whereas there's no cow who made my life more difficult. And especially not by choice.
So what has a cow... Just give an example. What has a cow contributed to you?
Again, they have not contributed to me in any way, but that is still better than humans who have contributed to me negatively, is it not?
Okay, so with that, does that completely and utterly erase all the good that some humans have contributed to you? Once again, I do not know your life.
No, because Liv, as I explained, I don't really care what value those humans have or those individuals have to me. I respect them because I understand that they have value on their own. You don't have any value to me, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but you are a stranger to me, and I don't know you, and you may do things that have zero value to me, and your whole life basically, I understand, we may never speak again, and if you die tomorrow or die in 30 years, it might mean the same thing to me. But I acknowledge that it means everything to you. You know what I mean? Like, your value means everything to you. Your life means everything to you. That's why I don't want to take your life away. That's why I don't want to take a cow's life away. That's why I don't take away any other life, any other animal's life, because their life matters to them. Not because they did something for me, was because they have some form of value to me, but because they have value on their own.
Yeah. So in other words, irrespective of your productivity or your use, it's already enough that you care about your own life. And then you have what we call in philosophy intrinsic value, not just instrumental value to someone else, but because you care about your own well-being and about your continued existence, namely your life, that already is sufficient to respect you, which is why we don't kill, for instance, like very old people or people who are, let's say, just like very straightforward, like who are useless to society. We still protect them because they care. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's not always been the case, though, right?
Exactly.
I'm so sorry.
It hasn't been.
I am going to have to very
So
quickly disappear.
the whole argument here is where you're getting your morals from. It's the argument for veganism, and this is why I compare veganism to a religion, is because you're following a set of morals that you have predetermined.
Where do you get your moral
based
values
on
from?
our
Wait.
own morality. We're not following anybody.
Yeah. So
Where do you get your moral values from?
But that's what I
Some
asked you
people
just
get
now, Rosinia. Where do you get your moral values from? Or Togomori? I don't know who is talking just now.
So it's Dev.
Dev.
So moral values. Yeah. So moral values. The moral values I got from where I am from geologically, from my exposure, from my culture. So my culture is not. So I'm American.
Okay, so in America, was it not cultural to enslave people 200 or 300 years ago? Would that mean that it was moral?
I wasn't part of my family line was not part of the slave.
Wait.
Not part of the. My family line was not part of the slave culture. I was actually we're Norwegians that came over after all of that shit.
But that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking, you said you get your moral values from culture. If you were to be born 200 years ago, you would have gotten the moral values that it's okay to enslave. Whether you chose to enslave or not, it would have been a different thing. But what you would have gotten is that it's moral to enslave, correct?
So I'm saying morals don't come just from culture. They come from experience. They come from religion. Religion is different from another religion.
Wait a minute, because religion and experience, both of them would still mean that you would still think that enslaving is moral. If you were to be born 200 years ago, do you agree?
I believe that enslaving animals is a moral thing.
No. I'm saying enslaving humans. That was happening, enslaving humans of a different race, which is what white people did in America 200 years ago. They did it, of course, all over the world. But I'm specifically isolating your culture because you say your values are coming from culture, experience, or religion. All three of these logically say that then, if you were to be born 200 years ago, you would have thought that enslaving human beings of a different race is moral.
And nationality, because we did Irish too. We enslaved the Irish.
That's a false authority argument because you're saying that, or a historical fallacy, because you're saying that everybody 200 years ago in America said that slavery was okay. That's not the case.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
that's exactly what you just said.
No, I'll explain again. So listen to this because it matters, okay? You say, I asked you, where do you get your moral values from? And you said culture, experience, and religion. Well, 200 years ago, your culture, it was cultural in America to enslave people, and it was considered moral by culture. So that's one. If your values would come from that, you would already say it's okay.
I wasn't around culturally 200 years ago.
Doesn't matter, but that's not the point.
200 years ago, my family was culturally 200 years ago. My family was in Norway.
But that's not the point.
Hey,
the point
Norway
was
has enslaved too.
Yeah.
They had it. They had it 600 years ago, 800 years ago.
But the point what I'm trying to make is, yes, you are born in an era that does not enslave human beings, and you're part of a culture that does not do that. But the question is, do you think it's wrong to enslave human beings only because culturally they said it's wrong, or why is it wrong to enslave human beings? Why do you think it's wrong to enslave human beings?
Because that's what I didn't grow up with it. There's slavery that's
so you prove my point.
There are people today.
I gotta wait to get this to be answered properly. Why did the culture change in slavery? Hold on.
There are people today that believe slavery is okay.
Hold on. Why did the slavery culture change?
There are people today that believe slavery is still okay.
Why did the slavery culture change in the United States, Britain, and most of the world? Okay, why did it change?
You tell me.
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, you hold a moral position. You should be able to justify your moral positions. You say it's wrong to enslave human beings. Why do you think that is?
I think that it's morally okay to eat human beings. So
then enslaving them surely must be the same, because if you in order to eat human beings, you could justify enslaving them because you want to eat them.
No, it's I personally know somebody who has practiced cannibalism.
Was it consensual?
And it was consensual, yeah.
But that's a different thing, isn't it? We're talking here about enslaving. And again, I'll ask you again because it's very important. And you seem to think that the reason what I asked you is, why is slavery wrong? And you said because you were born up with this value. So then that already proves my point that if you were born up with a value that says slavery is okay, you would have said slavery is okay right now, correct?
I can't answer yes or no to that.
You can't answer yes or no because you know it to be true, or you can't answer yes or no, like, again, based on your logic, like I'm just using your logic and I'm applying different variables to your logic. From your logic, you said you got the idea that it's wrong to enslave humans from the fact that you were taught that way as a young child and you grew up that way. So what I'm saying, okay, well, if by mistake or through sheer bad luck you grew up in a family that said slavery is okay, in a culture that says slavery is okay, whatever, would that mean that you would accept that slavery is okay?
I probably would.
You probably would. So you wouldn't actually question it. So you see, the difference between you and us is that we know why slavery is bad. We don't just grab values that somebody gave us. So it's not about like when you ask us where our morality comes from, that's one point we can discuss where our morality comes from. But the biggest point is that we are being logically consistent with our morality, because we understand why, like we don't just grab onto rules and we say that's my morality. We take certain rules, we digest them, we form logical bonds between them, and then we apply it throughout all of it. You understand? That's what we do. And that's what you should do also, in my opinion. Because otherwise you end up justifying slavery, like people 200 years ago did.
So animals don't have morals.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just like children do not have morals, you know? Children are moral patients. They're not moral agents.
That's not true. children will call you out on a lie faster than anybody else, and children know
a lie
right
is
versus
not
wrong.
necessarily a lie is not necessarily moral or immoral. Children call you out on a lie. They'll identify whether you are lying or not, but they won't say that a lie is inherently wrong or right. In fact, children have a phase of development where they lie themselves in order to test out this theory if lie is good or bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, that's you're yet again reaching the same point that morally speaking, a children is not responsible for what they do morally, because morally they don't understand what is right from wrong.
We educate them on what is right and what is wrong.
Yeah.
But we educate them on their morals.
Yeah, we do. And as an adult, when you reach adulthood, because maybe you haven't had the proper education in school, I would assume that the school system is supposed to teach you why slavery is bad and teach you certain philosophies. I had that personally in high school and I didn't pay attention. So in a way, my school system has failed me when I reach adulthood. But as I reached adulthood, I did get an interest in philosophy and I learned a little bit more about why certain rules are the way they are, or why I was taught certain morals. And some of them I questioned and I reached a different conclusion, and some I kept and followed through to the end. That's it. And don't you think that you as an adult should try to understand your own morality and not just follow the rules that you've been told as a child?
I feel like I understand my morals.
So why is enslaving a human being bad then?
So I know what you're going for here, and it's because it's against their will.
I'm not necessarily going against that. I think there's multiple reasons why enslaving a human being is bad, but that's one of them, sure.
Well, I mean, if they're willing, then I don't think it's bad.
I don't think anybody's... I mean, slavery by default involves unfairness. So if somebody says, hey, lock me up and use me, that might not inherently be unfair. So that might not be called slavery by default.
Because it's consensual.
Yeah, but yet again, so let's go by your definition of slavery, right? You said because it goes against their will, right?
Yeah.
So then, okay, so then why is it that you think you have to apply this logic only to a certain group of individuals? Why don't you apply this logic to all the individuals that have will? So if an individual has will, then you going against their will would be wrong, because it would mean you are enslaving that individual, correct?
Okay.
So there you go.
So it's not just enslaving can be against somebody's will. You can rape somebody. That's taking something against their will.
Well, we agree on that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So
what's your point?
But my point is exactly this. If you take this rule that you said it's because it's against their will, then surely any individual that has will, it would be wrong to go against their will. Especially when it's for your benefit, right? Because that's also a very important distinction. Because a lot of the times parenting is about going against the child's will, but you do it for the benefit of the child. You don't do it you do it in the interest of the child. But if you look after your own interest and you are going against somebody's will, then you are essentially doing something wrong, correct?
I mean, you can take it that way.
So then you can take it that way. Do you not agree with this, or what exactly is it?
So, but you're arguing human traits over animals, though.
Wait a minute. We merely described what you said. You said will.
Yes, we're talking about will. Animals don't have will, other than
Excuse me? Animals don't have will? Are you telling me a dog does not have will? Does not have wishes?
Wishes and desires?
Yes.
Hold on. Does a dog let you just take its food away, or does it bite your hand?
My dog does not bite my hand. No.
That's not the point.
But hold on. But it does happen. You would agree, right?
Yeah, and
so that's will. Because it's saying, don't touch my food. This is my food. Don't touch it. Leave it alone. That is will. There you go.
The only reason why your dog doesn't do it is because your dog trusts you that you will give back the food. Or maybe because you trained them to trust you that way. But they still have a will. They still want to eat that food. Even when you take it away, it's not like they're like, I no longer want to eat that food now that you took it away, right?
Talk to my dog. She's been leaving the food in there for 2 days straight.
Or
Well, that's your dog. It's an individual.
Perfect.
That's an individual.
Yeah, you're proving exactly this. Your dog, for example, the dog that I had as I was growing up would eat absolutely everything on their plate. And if my dog did that and your dog would leave food on their plate, that already means that they have a different will and it's not coming from the instinct of simply them being dogs, correct?
So I'm talking about will as a wish, right? A wish, something that you're able to
eat the food. They wish to eat the food, or they wish to not eat the food.
No, I'm talking about forward thinking as a wish. Like, hey, I wish that would happen. The
dogs
desire
wish that you would stick around them. They get upset that you leave, and they get excited when you come back.
Yeah.
They have will.
But that happens through sensory.
Same as you. All your wills and wishes are coming from sensory inputs that you got them. That's the only reason why you have wills and wishes, because you had inputs that gave you those wills and wishes.
Right, like I want to become a musician because I heard music.
Or you felt in a certain way when you played music or heard music. Either way, it's all about
right.
It's all about some instinct that you have within you, impulses, and your experience of the world made you have those wills and those wishes, just like it does for animals.
So now you bring up instinct. So instinct, the instinct of animals, and this is something I was putting in the chat, was the instinct of animals, depending on what they do, is, and I love to say it, is hedonism. What you want to do.
Instinct is what connects us as animals. All animals have instinct. Okay.
Yep.
We as animals
do too, yeah.
all have instinct. That is what connects us. However, what separates us is the individuality, which would be will.
So the instincts, I believe that hedonism is the greatest thing ever.
You believe that? Wait. So, do you subscribe to hedonism? Are you a hedonist?
I'm blocked from being a hedonist.
You're blocked by laws, you mean, or what?
By laws, yeah.
Okay, so you believe that it is.
What a hedonist.
Wait. So you believe that it is moral to take somebody's life if you were to get more pleasure out of it than what they suffer?
I don't get pleasure from I would not get pleasure from taking somebody's life.
No, but but somebody that does, you believe they're acting morally, because according to your own moral values, as long as they get pleasure from it, it is moral.
I already said the eating humans I think is completely moral. So
eating humans for pleasure, like you think that what? Wait. You know who Jeffrey Dahmer is? Is what Jeffrey Dahmer did moral?
I think it's gross, but for him it was probably moral.
And for you, for you, according to your values. But according to your values, because if Jeffrey Dahmer acted like a hedonist, he put his pleasure above other individuals' lives, and you say that's what you want to do. That means it's moral.
My values. That's according to my values.
So according to your own values, it's moral what Jeffrey Dahmer did.
So what I find acceptable and allowable is not the same as
that's
what
not
you
what
find
I'm asking.
acceptable and allowable.
So we gotta reach this point. So you say I'm asking according to your own values, not Jeffrey Dahmer's values. Your values was what Jeffrey Dahmer did moral or immoral?
I don't think what he did was moral.
Wait, so but that you see, This is what I'm talking about. You're not being logically consistent because you said
But I-
you're
but
a
I also-
hedonist.
but I also
if
don't-
Jeffrey
but-
Dahmer acted for his own pleasure and disregarded the suffering or the anything that other individuals are going
that's
through,
not my pleasure.
it's not. But do you understand that it doesn't matter what you're saying? Being a hedonist means you agree that somebody acting for their pleasure would be acting morally. So if that somebody is Jeffrey Dahmer who's acting for their pleasure and they're doing arguably bad things, then it would be moral because they're acting for their pleasure. You as a hedonist.
So I'm not saying that my values or his values are the same.
No, that's not what I said.
That's not what he said.
That's not what I said. I said according to your value. Your value of being a hedonist means that pleasure and happiness is the most important thing, right? It means that your pleasure means more than anything else. So that means that it would be moral if you did what Jeffrey Dahmer did. That's what it means. You don't want to do it, sure, that's okay. You don't want to do that, that's a different thing. But if Jeffrey Dahmer does it for the same reason as you would want to do it, because he wants to do it and because he gets pleasure out of it, according to your own logic, that would be moral.
I mean, I
Do you see where your logic is getting stumbled?
Yeah.
So I didn't say hedonism in its entirety. I said
You are a hedonist. That means that you take hedonism for what it is.
I prefer my things that make me happy and that I strive for. That's what I love.
Okay.
That's what
That's
what I want. That's what I go after.
And do you think that is it moral for you to go after the things that you like, that give you pleasure, to the detriment of others? So if I give pleasure from slapping women's asses because that's what I get pleasure from, whatever, it's a hypothetical. If I get that pleasure, is it moral for me to do so because I get pleasure from it?
I mean, no.
No. So why is that? Is it because I'm not respecting the will of those women?
So, but now you're bringing in a will. Do animals have will?
I mean, we get back to this. Do you think your dog does not have will? Are you telling me your dog is just a machine? Do they not want to go one way or another when you go out with them on a walk?
I think that my dog responds to stimuli.
Just like you do. Yet again, we come back to the same thing. You respond to stimuli, and based on the stimuli, you make decisions that you want one thing or another. Just like your dog, it gets stimuli and it responds whether they want one thing or another based on the stimuli that they're getting.
Yeah, but you're misconstruing the word will. So I'm talking.
Okay, let's look at the definition of the word will so that we talk about the same.
To have desire or wish.
Well, not a document. The capability of conscious choice and decision and intention. You see that the second definition? It's in the chat. Yeah, so intention. Do you think animals don't have intention?
I don't think animals have intention.
So you think that your dog, when your dog wants to go one way or another, how is that not a conscious choice or decision and an intention? It's literally is. It's just you don't agree with it as being a good enough intention, but it is a good intention. It's because that's where they want to go. It's their intent. They want to be there. They want to smell that. They want to feel that. They want to run there. It doesn't matter what their intent to do is there, but they do have an intent.
Not all dogs like the same brand of food. Like different dogs like the different brands of foods. Like some dogs will actually spit out other brands of foods. They have intent. They have preference.
That's not intent. That's preference is not intent.
Well, yeah, but they have the intent to eat a specific type of food.
I I think their intent would be to satisfy their hunger. So whatever food you put in front of them,
You
they're
just
going.
said that they have intent. No, again, dogs choose their type of food. They don't just eat whatever
Really?
you give them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Some dogs like a lot of types of food, but there's dogs that are extremely picky. Yeah.
So this comes into the chat as well. Earlier in the chat, somebody said something about feeding, or maybe it was somebody in here said something about feeding cats vegan diets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I said if you put a piece of lettuce in front of a cat and a piece of salmon in front of a cat, they're 100% of the time they're going to pick that salmon.
Yes, but you should not be killing a salmon and putting it in front of a cat. Just like you should not be killing a human being. Yeah, because even if you put a piece of human flesh in front of a cat versus dry food for a cat, they might be picking the human flesh, but that does not mean that you should be killing humans so that you feed your cat.
But even still, you just proved your point that animals have intent.
Also.
Yeah.
No, I proved that animals have preference.
Preference is intent, man. Come on. Preference comes from intent. Preference comes from intent. You understand that, right? They're intertwined. Preference and intent are two sides of the same coin. You wanting to pick and choose these type of things.
You can't have one without the other. You can't have preference without intent, and you can't have intent without preference.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not? I intend to sleep with women because I'm straight. Or I intend to sleep with men because I'm gay.
Yeah, so your intent is marked by your preference a lot of the times, is it not? Like you intend, like you, for example, you intend to eat meat because you prefer that. It's your intent with your preference. Like again, they're so intertwined that to try and make a different distinction doesn't even matter. And even if you do make a distinction, how is that anyway relevant? Because intent is like will and intent, I'm guessing in your mind means something like they cognitively have a desire. And they do. It's just that you think that they have simple desires, and therefore, because they have simple desires, somehow they're not worthy of existence, or being considered morally.
I mean, if you want to look at it, there's recent studies about plants feeling pain. So
we can go down that road.
There's no brain. There's no nerves. There's no brain. They don't
because they don't feel pain the same way the animals
have
the
a
animal
subjective
tree
experience. They can't have a subjective experience.
Exactly, because it's not about pain. You understand this, right? For us, we're not talking. We don't think that if you sedate animals and then kill them, it's all of a sudden good. It's still bad. Okay, it's about the subjective experience. It's about the fact that they go through life experiencing both positive and negative valence emotions throughout the actions and experiences that they gather through their senses and through everything. Pretty much like what you do, what you value in your life.
Plants do this too.
Well, plants do not. Do you know why plants do not do that? Because plants do not have the capability of emotions. They do not have positive or negative valence emotions. And you know how you can tell that also that they don't have a subjective experience? Because a plant, like take for instance the plant that is a carnivore that eats flies. You know that plant? That plant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that plant. If you put in any other thing other than a fly, it will still try to eat it. It will still treat it exactly the same because it's a mechanism. It's not an experience that they're having. They're not experiencing that there is a fly or something else. They're just measuring some weight.
They're reacting to stimuli.
They're reacting to stimuli. Exactly that. Yes, plants are reacting to stimuli.
Because we have the reason for reacting to stimuli is different between a plant and an animal. Okay, a computer can respond to stimuli. All right, that doesn't make it sentient.
And also wait. That's a good point Felix put in the chat. So you think
so-
dogs can't make choices, but plants feel pain, but plants make choices. So wait, you think animals don't make choices, but now you're defending plants are making choices?
So plants communicate, right?
So plants make choices. Just answer the question.
This guy is
Plants-
trolling. There's no fucking way. There's no. I refuse to believe this right now. I refuse.
Yes,
There's
both of
no
them
way
can make.
this is happening right now.
Natalie,
No.
you can't.
You cannot hear me.
How dare
Well,
you?
let's try to be
Okay.
respectful either way. Let's try to be respectful. I understand. Listen,
No,
I
I'm being respectful.
So-
I genuinely think he's joking. I
I'm-
genuinely
I'm-
think
I-
he's
so
not
I-
genuine.
you know what? I will fess up. I am half trolling, Natalie. I am.
I told you guys,
Um,
I'm autistic as fuck, and I was able to recognize that.
oh
fine.
fuck.
But-
What does that make?
I
But
like
it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter if he's trolling or not. Is the point that Chip's trying to make? Is because we're still discussing logical consistencies, and Chip
Yeah,
is streaming, and it's for the people that are watching his stream. Also, it's not just for us or
It's
the
a good
person that's
point.
involved.
I've got it stream up. I'm watching it. I'm watching his stream. It's actually been putting on a pretty good stream.
It's a good
So-
point to make, though. It really is that if you are logically consistent, this does follow on very, very reasonably. But even vegans can argue about these things, but like consistently, we all kind of agree on these base tenets, right? Am I right, boys?
Yeah, so the
Yeah,
whole
I
point
don't
about
know.
it. So if let's imagine the situation, okay? I'll go by what you're saying. Let's imagine that tomorrow there comes a study. Nobody can deny it anymore, and plants are sentient. They have feelings. I would say that even in that situation, being vegan, and that means eating plants or being plant-based, I can't speak for all other situations. I can speak specifically about food. And specifically about food, I can tell you it's still morally preferable to be to consuming plants and plant-based products over animal-based products, because in that situation, we tend to forget that the animals in animal agriculture are fed considerably more plants. So in the process of you consuming an animal product, you would be killing and exploiting the animals and killing all those sentient plants if they turned out to be sentient. Whereas if you just eat plants and plant-based products because you have to eat something, we're not advocating for you to die, it's better to eat the one that causes the less harm, no exploitation, all that stuff. And in this situation, that would be a plant-based diet.
There you go.
I don't know.
So I mean, you're looking at trading option A for option B. I mean, in reality, the plants regenerating are going to be faster than animals. I yes, you have that.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's the simple principle in physics. The energy that goes, let's put it this way, all the plants that a cow consumes, or let's say a chicken, because it's the easiest, right? It's a small animal. All the energy that a chicken eats, all of that energy that comes, all those calories that come from food, all of that, it's impossible for that chicken, for the sheer fact of simple physics of the first thermodynamic principle, that they get the same energy out if you kill them and eat them. Even if you kill them and eat them with the feathers, you still will not get the same amount of energy that they got from eating those plants.
Because they're burning calories.
Exactly. So it would be considerable. So if you were to be eating those plants alone that the chicken would otherwise eat, then you would be killing less plants, because in the end, to get the same amount of calories, you would be killing and eating less plants, right?
Yeah, but it's a net zero gain.
What do you mean by that?
Wait, what?
No, guys.
Where do the plants get their energy from?
Sun.
Free energy. So it's a net zero gain, even though the
They also
animals
get their energy from soil. It's not exactly free.
Yeah, and also it doesn't really matter, because the whole point that we were making
I
is
can
that
I can grow plants without soil. I can grow plants with just straight hydroponics.
But what the point what we were making just now is, because we started from plants being sentient, and even if plants were sentient, regardless if you use soil or not, the point still stands. If plants were sentient, they're not, but if they were, you would still be killing less plants on a plant-based diet regardless, correct?
Yeah, I also want to point out, you also just stumbled on your whole sentient, like plants are sentient, right? If animals were sentient, they require certain things, where else a plant doesn't. You just said that you don't need the main component for nutrition for plants. You can just grow it anywhere, basically, as long as you have sunlight and you have moisture and stuff like that. They don't require nearly as much to sustain themselves because they're not a sentient being creating action.
So you would agree that everything requires specific things, everything requires its specific nutrients.
Well, no, I just conceded to your point that plants don't.
And
like they don't require.
I was asking you, everything requires its specific nutrients.
Yes, but specific nutrients doesn't matter a specific source of those nutrients.
Okay, but it would be morally wrong for yourself to say, okay, let me just go on a plant-based diet, because then you would be harming yourself because you wouldn't be getting the full development.
Nope. There's empirical evidence showing that you can thrive on a plant-based diet.
There's evidence against that as well.
Show me the evidence against that. Wait. No, show me the evidence against it. I can show you the evidence for it. Can you show me the evidence against it?
Yep. I just have to find the medical record. That's fine.
No. We'll come back to you. Show me
argument.
Yeah, show me the empirical evidence against it, and we can go from there. But until then, we'll go by the top of the pyramid of evidence, which says that you can thrive on a plant-based diet, and plenty of experts. But let's not appeal to authority. Let's appeal to data.
I don't know if thrive is the right word I would use.
Doesn't matter what you would use.
You can live on a plant.
Doesn't matter. I don't really
live. Yes. Well, it does matter.
No, it doesn't, because I don't care. I don't care what.
It's funny how you're saying that I can't thrive while I'm working out. Like, I'm just saying, like, I'm working out right now, and I'm beating my PR that I did yesterday. That is already proving that I'm thriving. I'm currently improving my. So I hate to break it to you, dude.
You can watch me and Phallic work out.
I don't want to watch you guys work out. I'm sorry. I just don't swing that way.
Yep.
Well, you should probably provide it.
Yep, psycho-literal bodybuilder looking motherfucker. So I don't know.
I just thought it was funny. While I'm working out, somebody's telling me that I can't thrive.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I guess we're all protein deficient and delusional, right? Look,
I'm not saying you're protein deficient, but you do have deficiencies within.
Wait. What deficiencies do I have? What deficiencies do I have?
You have a B12 deficiency.
Wait, how would you know? Wait. How?
Because you can't get this thing purely off of a plant-based diet.
Wait. You're saying about myself, without even knowing any blood work whatsoever that I have, that I am protein deficient. How would you wait? How do no? How do you measure protein deficiency? Tell me.
It's not within purely blood work.
So how do you measure it? How do you measure protein efficient? How do you measure if somebody's protein deficient?
I would imagine BMI, right?
No, exactly. That's. Thank you for proving that you have zero knowledge on the subject, and yet you speak with so much confidence about it. It's insane. It's insane, literally. There's no such thing as
you will have these deficiencies.
Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence, and I'll trust you. You don't have any evidence. I have plenty of evidence on my side, and I'll drop it right now.
Right moment. I don't have organized files over here.
Then come back when you do, and meanwhile, let's talk to somebody else.
Joining the conversation. I don't
come
know
back
why
when
you're
you
getting
do.
butthurt about it.
I'm getting butthurt because you know why I'm getting butthurt, because people like you are spreading misinformation, and in turn are actually harming not just animals, humans, and the whole planet. You're harming everybody by spreading your misinformation crap with knowledge, and you thinking, oh, look at me, I know better because I heard it on Joe Rogan. Oh, you know what? Maybe make a little bit of effort, look into it, and don't just spew crap and misinformation that you hear or you think about it yourself, okay?
I'm not spewing crap. I would ask you to be respectful, because
You
No,
are.
I'm
You are
not.
spewing
I would
crap.
ask you to be respectful because I'm being respectful.
I don't
to
think you
all.
deserve respect when you spew misinformation, and I will not be respectful towards people who are more dangerous than they are helpful. You are an extremely dangerous person when you are spewing misinformation like that. You don't even know how to measure. Yeah, you don't even know how to measure.
Saying that
You
you
don't
have a
even.
deficiency.
You don't even know how to measure these deficiencies. You don't even know what these deficiencies would imply or what they mean, and yet you claim without absolutely zero knowledge about on the subject that I may have a deficiency. Do you understand how difficult on how the range that is to people who actually have deficiencies, to people who are actually struggling? You are essentially a quack. You are the person who's going around spreading misinformation. So please stop it, okay? Either come to with empirical data and we will respect your voice, or don't, okay? That's it.
So is there a food chain?
I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm not interested in talking with you anymore.
Is there a food chain?
I will mute you.
No.
I will mute you, okay? There is a food
that's
web.
Fine. You can mute me.
There is a food web.
There's a food web, aka a food chain.
No, a food web is not a chain.
Because there are carnivores, there's omnivores, and there's herbivores.
Webs don't have inherent links, okay?
Right, but there
food
is
chain has inherent
herbivores depend on
chains have inherent links. Webs do not. That's the difference. There's a food web, not a food chain. It's not as simple as a linear chain where things are connected. It's not like this pyramid where wolves are inherently better than cougars. It's not this thing where, like a leopard is inherently better than a gorilla. You know,
can twist it
like
however you want, but a chain, a web, it's the same regardless. The animal depends on eating a particular type of meat. Like
wait.
No,
the animal depends on eating a particular type of meat. Which animal depends on eating a particular type of meat? And please show me yet again your source, because yet again we end up with the same thing. You spewing crap that you know nothing about. So that's why I think we should not be discussing anything with you, because you're literally just spewing crap you know nothing about.
I'm sorry to laugh, but
that's the truth. It's annoying. It's oh, the animal needs meat. The animal. Oh, there's the animal. Come on, man.
Okay, that was my own word. That was my own wording. I'll admit that. But there are specific animals that are carnivores, correct?
And what do carnivores need?
Carnivores need meat.
No, they need nutrition.
They need nutrition to stay healthy.
Yeah,
and to thrive.
Exactly. Nutrition doesn't the nutrient source does not matter. It's a matter of chemicals that you have to match consistently, and you get better results. That's why there's plant-based cats, although cats are carnivores, and that's why there's plant-based cats who show better results with their health, although plants are carnivore, because it's all about nutrients and matching.
Show me that information.
I can show you that.
The other side of that is, if it's not done right, there are definitely dangers with nutrition. Correct?
100% there's dangers, just like it is with if you give an animal meat, you may still mess up their nutrition. It's not about the source of the nutrition that all of a sudden makes the nutrition correct, is it? Your nutrition is not about the source, it's about the right nutrients. There you go. I placed 3 studies in the chat about cats and dogs being vegan.
So, and would you not agree that a vegan diet is an extreme diet?
Of course not.
Vegan diet, there's no such thing as a vegan diet. What we're talking about is meeting our needs nutritionally. Just said that to you. We're meeting essential amino acids, our fats, our macro and our micronutrients. Very easy to do on a plant-based diet.
And also, I would like to put this into mix: the human brain, in the evolution of human brain, meat likely played a key role in it. And
Do you know how? Do you know how? Do you know why meat played a key role in the evolution of the human brain?
I would love to know that.
dense calories.
It's because of calories, exactly. It's because we have managed in a time, the reason when humans started consuming meat and digesting meat, and when our brain started developing because of it, it's because we have developed fire, and through fire we managed to get more not nutrients, because it's not about micronutrients, it's strictly about calories. We managed to get more calories from food, because in that time there weren't as many vegetables or fruits as there are now. In that time, we didn't have so many sources for calories. We could only get enough calories based on that. So it's strictly about calories.
However, it's actually not universally proven that all humans developed their brain power from meat as well.
Also that.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
that's evolutionary true, right? That's just true science. It's not proven, so therefore we ought not believe it, right? But hey, it's the best thing we have working with us. Is we have what's called an inference to best explanation, and that's what we're using when we talk about.
You could also argue that even evolution wasn't true, so it's just the best knowledge we have.
Yeah, evolution would be.
Evolution, no, evolution is true. Yeah, we have plenty of evidence that evolution was true. Yeah.
Yeah, and given the fact that we increased our amount of calories through being able to burn tubers and boil them up and eat them, yeah, that's probably true too.
And also keep in mind that if we go by what you said just now, then in a time when humans didn't have enough calorie to consuming high-calorie foods was indeed a better choice. But in a time that we live today, where the issue or the thing that is killing most people is actually eating too many calories, then probably eating less caloric foods would actually be better. So even in a situation where you think meat is healthy or whatever, you should probably be consuming mostly plants and plant-based products simply because they are the low calorie, providing you with all the nutrition you need, and we're talking about healthier. But being vegan is not about health. Just to reiterate, being vegan is about the animals and respecting their choice to live and be free.
And
but you can't set aside your health, right? You should also think about those. You can't just think about the animals. You have to think about your health too.
So
I don't know if
it's really easy to think about my health.
And yeah, exactly. And you have mentioned that before they didn't have proper availability of proper or dense nutritional foods, and it can be the case in many other countries too, right?
Through density of things in other countries, is that what you're applying? I'm not sure what you're saying. Sorry.
No, I don't know who it was, but somebody mentioned that before switching to a meat-based diet was a better choice because that was nutritionally dense and that helped played a milestone, a key role in the development of our brain. And he told me that was a better choice at that particular situation. And what I'm trying to say is that might be a better choice for some people here now too in some countries, because animal diet might be the better choice for them, because that might be the
it is not
readily available for them. I don't know.
It is not. If again, like what we're proposing, and I hope everybody understands this, we're not proposing anybody die. We're proposing that if you can be healthy and thriving on a plant-based diet, which I have wholehearted confidence that you can be, and we're not here looking for, well, it's a little bit inconvenient, where like excuses like it's a bit inconvenient, I don't really like the taste of this or whatever. Like all these excuses do not amount to whether you can be healthy or not on a plant-based diet. You can definitely be healthy on a plant-based diet in 99% of the cases worldwide. And if we want to talk about the 1% of the cases, we might need to talk specifically to those individuals, and even to them, they might end up being vegan and consume only the animal products that they have to, which is a difference, okay? And maybe in those situations, they wouldn't be even consuming animal products. There's ways to go around even that. But again, none of it justifies the oppression that animals go through. None of it, because we live in a society where we have supermarkets. We go in, we get all our nutrients from there. Rant out, sorry. That was a long rant.
Do you have anything to say to that?
My argument was just, you just said you could just step into a supermarket or something, but you have to like consider other countries too. Those aren't readily available to them, and
Okay.
there might be.
I can answer to that. I can answer that. So Greenland. Do you know where Greenland is?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Do you know that it's the least habitable landmass of human population?
Yeah, I could guess.
There's vegans there.
Okay.
So there is no place on the world.
So
There's
like,
no place
how,
in the world.
like
There's no place in the world
first,
where it's not suitable to be vegan.
I mean, like, what's the percentage of people that are like vegan?
It doesn't really matter. The point is that you
What
can
do, what do you
go.
mean doesn't really matter? You have to like consider
No,
a lot of
because
factors.
listen, hold on. The thing is that
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
trying to make.
Like, I'm trying to understand, like, how do
Hold on.
those people
I'm
like?
trying to answer your question.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
The thing is that if there is meat products there, where you were at, there is plant products that are could be or already there being grown that you could consume because the animals that you're feeding eat those plants.
Damn. So my question is, how do these people in Greenland get their vegetables? Do they like import it from other countries or
by boat?
It wouldn't really matter if it was import. Yeah, anyway.
So if it was imported, that must be expensive for the commoners to eat, right?
For the what?
It would.
Who's it expensive for?
Sorry, should I repeat? If these vegetables are imported to them, shouldn't it be expensive for the commoners to like afford it for every meal? Shouldn't it be?
Not necessarily. Not the price of the price of products nowadays is not dictated by the process that product. The processing part of a product, the processing and transporting part of the product is not what increases the price or decides the price the most, but rather.
What do you mean?
Well, we live in a capitalistic society. Supply and demand decide way more for the price of the product. Hence why, for example, an iPhone costs 200 euros to make and travel, you pay 1,000 euros for it. I'm sorry, you were talking.
If you're talking like that, if you're talking like that, and there must be a lot of demand for people in Greenland too, right? Even in that way, if you are trying to look at it that way, it must be expensive too, right?
It's not expensive, and it's not expensive there to be vegan. If that's your question, it is not.
Can you show proof for this? I would love to know.
If you want proof that it's not expensive to be, I don't have any proof for that. Like, I just go by the fact that I was there and I was vegan when I went there, and I went with people who weren't vegan there, and I actually ended up paying less than them on food. That's anecdotal evidence. I don't have any form of empirical evidence.
Oh, I mean that's enough for me. That's good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, but either way, like if you live there, like again. We can if your issues are how do I stay within my, like there's two sides to this, right? We need to understand that there's two sides to it. One is why and the other is how. If you understand the why to be vegan because you respect animals, it's all about them, then the how becomes a lot easier, doesn't it? Because if you really want to not exploit animals, then you can find a way. When there's a will, there's a way.
If I had to like to switch topics or whatever, so where do you like draw these lines, and why do you think we should like switch to veganism?
If you are presented with the choice between exploiting an innocent animal or not, what do you think is the right choice to make?
Yo, wait. Why are you talking about exploiting animals? Who said we're exploiting animals in here?
And
veganism.
My question is like, where do you
God, he's
draw this
answering the
line of ethics? I mean, plants are living things too, right?
But they're not sentient.
First, like,
hear me first.
Do you know why
You're
sentience
still-
matters?
Hear me.
You're still quote unquote slaughtering them.
We're not slaughtering plants. We are killing them
I
and we are
mean,
using
what do you
them.
mean
But
by
plants
if
are not
the-
sentient. Plants are not individuals. Animals are
I
individuals.
mean, what do you mean like that? That's like Venus flytraps or whatever. Sentient means it's like I didn't know the meaning for it. I had googled it, and it says sentient means it's an adjective that means able to perceive or feel things.
Yeah, it's a
And
conscious
I'm really sure.
Yeah, to have a
I'm really sure that all plants are sensitive to light, sound, and
Okay, let's
water.
nip this in the bud. Let's nip this in the bud because I'm tired of this whole plants, the debunking whether plants have sentience or not. There's an article called Debunking Plant Sentience, and you can look it up. It's literally called Debunking Plant Sentience. But let's imagine plants are not sentient.
What I'm saying is plants have this ability to.
Okay, fuck it.
sense
I don't
light.
care. I don't care. You believe that. Fine, believe that. Believe your pseudoscientific nonsense.
I'm sorry. It's in my science book. It says you could try it at your home too. If you had to like grow a plant at your home, and it will. If there's a window on the left side of it,
you can. We're not engaging with it.
Can we just stop with this? Like, you believe plants are sentient, fine, believe that. I don't. It's not scientific, by the way. There's not evidence for that. There's enough evidence for that. But let me finish.
It's proven.
It's not.
It's in my science
It's
book.
not.
It's not.
You can look it up on the internet. Plants are like.
I looked it up. Look, I looked it up. I know.
Listen. Even if plants were sentient, even if they were, when you consume an animal product, you consume also, you are responsible not just for the animal that was exploited and killed in that process of making that animal product, but also all the plants that animal ate in order to grow up. And coincidentally, well, not coincidentally, but logically and because of physics, that animal ate considerably more plants than you would otherwise eat if you only ate the plants yourself. And thus, if you believe that plants are sentient, that means that you would want to kill as few plants as possible, and thus that would mean adopting a plant-based diet.
Yes.
Check, mic check, mic check, mic check. Can everyone hear?
And I will drop also the article if you want to learn about plant sentience. I dropped the article that explains why plants are not sentient, and it goes through every single thing that you're saying just now, one by one, and it explains biologically why they cannot have sentience.
No, but can you like explain what sentience is first? Because I don't really know the meaning of it.
So sentience is what you value out of your life the most. It's basically you make experiences throughout your life. You see things, you feel things, you smell things, and based on that, your brain generates emotions, and memories come out of it. So you create emotions and experiences out of how you're experiencing your life, both positive or negative. And based on that, that's how you know you exist, because of those experiences. That's what your life is essentially. It's a cumulative of those experiences. All animals have that. Plants do not have that, because plants don't have a brain or any form of a memory or reception like that. Maybe they have some form of memory, maybe they have some form of what you want to call pain or whatever, but they don't have any form of subjective experience of the world. Whereas animals and humans definitely do.
Well, when I look at it, it says like our plants sentient. With this, several research paper argue that plants might be sentient.
And we already tackled that.
Okay.
We tackled
if
plants were
have
sentient.
A brain.
Even if plants were, we tackled that. We tackled that, didn't we?
Yeah, can you repeat that? I couldn't really understand that. What did he really? I don't really understand that.
So if plants are sentient, it would be. Would you agree that it's preferable to kill as few plants as possible?
Sorry. I couldn't hear you.
So if plants are sentient, is it morally preferable to kill as less as possible?
If you'd ask this question to a vegan, he would say yes.
No, also to you. If you think plants are sentient, do you think that then it's best to kill as few as possible of them? Or why exactly is it that you bring up plants being sentient? Just to make a point that means nothing?
No, I'm just trying to like comprehend this. Where do these vegans draw a line and kind of in this ethical part of the question? So if you'd
Sentience
ask
is
me,
where
I don't
we
really
sentience is
consider
where
that,
we
right?
draw
So
the
I'm
line.
a immoral person for eating that, so it doesn't really matter. So if a person with morality, if I were to ask him if you eat a plant, if it was sentient, he would answer no, he wouldn't eat it.
Okay, well let me explain it this way. Let me explain the our limit this way. Why is it bad? Why is it bad if I take my remote control and I throw it against the wall? Is it bad? No, my phone. If I take my phone and I throw it against the wall, is it bad for my phone? Is it bad? Am I acting immorally if I'm throwing my phone against the wall?
Yes.
I would say yes. Yeah.
Why am I acting immorally?
I think because it costs money. Yeah, I think because the factor of money, you just wasted it.
I don't care. Money is no problem for me. Let's imagine that there's a hypothetical scenario where money is no issue for me.
Where is the direct harm? Where is the direct harm?
Yeah,
that
is there any
happening
harm?
to something? Yeah, what is the direct harm that is happening to something that has no feeling?
Yeah, there is harm to my wallet. Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, again, imagine that money would be unlimited and there would be no issues. I'm not here talking about economy. I'm strictly talking about the action of smashing an object. If I smash an object that has zero value, and I can get another one for literally zero value, then am I causing any harm?
Oh, but yeah, you aren't causing any harm. Yeah, you aren't causing any harm.
Exactly. So now, exactly.
Okay.
I'm not.
So yeah, what I'm trying to say is like if I'm producing unlimited amounts of chickens and I could eat, if I like killed one, it doesn't really matter. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. Well, what I'm trying to say is if you work your way up and ask yourself, well, okay, well, if I throw a phone against the wall and I'm not causing any harm to that phone because it's an object, then what if I throw a chicken to a wall? Am I causing them a harm? And then you say yes. So then you start asking yourself, wait a minute, why is it harmful to throw a chicken against the wall? And then if you start dissecting it, you realize that sentience means the capability that they would feel that harm being done onto them. That's what sentience is.
I would be mad if a child without any reason approached a plant or something. I would be mad for that too.
Okay, so then you should prepare as few as possible plants. For fuck's sake, we've already been through this. On a plant-based diet, you kill as few possible animals and as few possible plants as possible. Like I feel like this is the third time I explain it. I don't know if you need more explanation.
I'm really sorry for that. I didn't get that.
That's okay. Do you understand that on a plant-based diet, you kill as few animals and as few plants as possible?
I don't get this part. So how are you like?
So why is it that you don't get? So let's imagine that you eat chicken right now, right? If you eat a chicken right now, all that chicken was fed more plants. Do you understand that?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yo,
Sorry.
wait. Yo, wait. Before, like, first, like that chicken is fed like plants. Like
more than we have.
Like corn,
like
corn and soy, yes, are plants that we can eat. Corn and soy.
Yo, can I make my point?
I know your point you're making, but you can try.
Yo, wait. Like, basically, if we eat like a chicken, the value it provides, it's equivalent to a certain amount of plants that chicken ate. Am I right?
No, it's not.
That's basically
That's exactly it.
basic
It's
fact.
not.
Basic
This is
fact.
this is the principle of
Basic fact.
thermodynamics. Do you understand thermodynamics? All the energy that you put in a system it can possibly be the same energy. Do you think that if a chicken eats 1,000 calories throughout their whole life, let's imagine this, right? If a chicken eats 1,000 calories worth of food their whole life, do you think that that chicken's flesh plus feathers would be worth 1,000 calories to you?
Nah, it doesn't. Do you know
No,
why?
it's worth considerably less, exactly, because they still breathe.
It's less, you know.
Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah.
So that
And
means
then
it
when
means
they
in order
breathe,
for you it means in order for you to
Just
get
keep
1,000 calories, in order for you to get 1,000 calories, you would have to eat more you would have to kill more plants plus that chicken. Do you understand that? Because in order for that chicken to provide you with 1,000 calories, that means that that chicken would have to eat more than 1,000 calories worth of plants, when you could have just in the first place eaten 1,000 calories worth of plants yourself. So you're killing more plants.
Does those plants provide me the nutrition that basically secures my everyday life? There's certain vitamins, I think.
Those plants can provide you those plants can provide you with the nutrients that the meat of the chicken would otherwise do. Yes.
Oh, you're talking about beans and something like that?
I'm talking about whatever plants. It doesn't really matter. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
you can get your nutrients from all places. You don't have to make this argument all over the place. You don't have to have meat be replaced with the perfect plant that replaces meat. You just need to get overall your nutrition needs to contain all the macro and micronutrients that your body needs. They don't all have to come from one single source.
Wait,
exactly.
But
exactly true.
What if the nutrition I need only comes from plants, and the percentage and the amount of money I will spend?
I don't think I have enough patience for this conversation.
Vitamin B12. Vitamin B12.
Stop me.
Wait. Vitamin B12 comes less in plants than meat. And
dude, if you were paying attention like 20 fucking minutes ago, you would have already heard this fucking answer.
You dipshit.
Don't ninja. How about we talk about what do you think is an essential in a plant-based diet that I don't get from animal products? Can you name one thing that I don't get?
It's not like it's
not one thing.
Very little quantity.
Doesn't sound like a problem then.
Vitamin B12, it's found, but the effort and the amount of time you will spend trying to get that from the plant is considerably more than you would just kill a chicken and eat it.
It does sound like a nutrient. You know? Sounds something that I'm missing that over time, right? That seems what you're hinting at. What am I missing?
Can you repeat? I didn't hear. I didn't catch what you were saying. Can you repeat?
What am I missing in a plant-based diet that if I ate an omnivorous diet, that I would be getting? Because I'm happy to be corrected. Can you name the nutrient or deficiency?
Yeah, basically there is some like vitamins that are missing. Let me search it up because like I'm not as educated as you are. Basically.
So you just hold on. Did you just hear yourself say that? Did you just listen to yourself?
Bro, I'm
you were not
16
as educated.
So,
hold on.
Yeah.
So you were
I'm
not
as educated
hold on.
as him in this topic.
Yeah. So here. Let me help you out. Let me help you out. You are not as educated as we are about what we are discussing. So let us help you, educate you by telling you that you can get any nutrient off of plants.
And you can look
I've looked it up. It says some people, depending upon their genetics or gut health, are allergies.
I've noticed a lot of vegans are very very deficient. Val, you got Mike right now. Yeah, this guy, he's very deficient. Kip, he was very deficient as well. Yeah, we're all very deficient vegans.
I can turn on my camera if you want to see my muscles. I'm a pretty big guy.
Oh, I guess you've just been. You just had
Nice.
No, when I
Oh,
say
so like
when I
protein
say
from a
professional
weird
shit.
source
Nice,
of mushrooms or something, right?
nice.
Yeah,
I'm,
yeah.
I'm,
And
when I started my sentence, I said some people, not everybody, right?
but like everybody here is
Mhm.
not the thing. Everybody here.
But
And I
we're
am personally
having a
I am
we're having a
currently
debate, all right. We just a healthy debate. We should consider everything, right?
There you
I'm
go.
just asking it. And
yeah, but
I would
there
say
is
like
also a thing
I
there's
would say like
also a
I'm in the
thing called
position.
empirical evidence, and we have
Sorry.
that too. There's also a thing called empirical evidence, and we
Mm-hmm.
have that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're not fucking around when we talk about empirics. Okay, we're talking about things that are independent of our minds,
but
that
let's
actually obtain and exist. Okay, in the real world.
But let's imagine. Let's start on the premise, because I feel like we're gonna go around a lot in circles with this one. Okay, let's start on the premise that you can get absolutely everything that you need on a plant-based diet. You may not believe that yet, and that's okay. You can do research afterwards if you don't trust us. But let's imagine if you can get all the nutrients that you need, everything on a plant-based diet, then wouldn't you say that what we do to animals is essentially extremely cruel and not worth doing what we do to them? Is there any reason why you would continue oppressing animals if you can get everything that you need on a plant-based diet?
There is.
Yeah.
There is.
Yeah,
I can like basically in my country and in my like culture, as you can say, there is a way of killing animals that is extremely not painful for them. It's a bit causes a bit of pain.
That's not true, but sure.
It causes pain. It causes pain. I'm not gonna lie, but we don't raise them in crowded places. We don't.
So wait,
milk
Ora,
from
it causes pain. It causes pain. You already. It doesn't even matter what you're gonna say going forward. Why would you cause pain to an animal when you don't need to?
Yeah.
I need to have.
So I think so I think that David, my question is that it is true, and the person who was talking right now, he started this. Some people, depending upon their genetics or gut health or allergies,
that's not true.
I got allergies.
Oh God, may not thrive on strict vegan diet without supplements.
Okay, so supplement. What the hell? Who cares? Supplement. Wait a minute. Why all of the sudden we're like, oh, you have to supplement? Okay, fucking take the food in the shape of a pill and stop oppressing animals. Why is it that you think that because you have
it's like your debate conversation works in like first world countries. You have to like understand other people too.
Are you in that country? Are you in that country? Well, literally every conversation we've been having today, we've been talking to people who have access to a supermarket. Do you have access to a supermarket?
Yeah. So when we're having a debate, so how many percentage of people do you think are like people of first world countries? So when
I
you're having
didn't
a
say
debate,
first world country.
like
I said
factor in
access to a
everything.
supermarket. Don't put words in my mouth. I said access to supermarket, not first world country. First world country refers to the access that the country aligned during the Cold War. We don't care about what country they aligned politically during the Cold War.
The city where I'm from, okay, we don't even have a hospital. All right, we have to go 2 or 3 kilometers away to get access to hospital.
Oh, well, wait. 3 kilometers. The 3 kilometers away is the hospital also where I live. Why did that matter? The 2 or 3 kilometers away is every hospital. In fact, I have a supermarket that's close by, but a lot of the times I go to a supermarket that's 1.5 kilometers away. So I don't see, is that really a reason for me? I should all of a sudden say, oh my God, the supermarket is too far away. I should start killing humans because they're right here in front of me? Come on.
No, I'm just
Can I say something? Can I say something?
I'm just no. And what I'm trying to say is, even to find a hospital is 2 or 3 kilometers away, and those people right there, they wouldn't even heard the name supermarket. They wouldn't know the idea of it.
Yo, scrap that.
What the fuck is that? That is not true. That's such a.
What he's meaning.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. So you have to think about it.
Yeah.
Really.
I know.
You also have access to Discord. That's insane.
And Even for me, I didn't even know what a supermarket was until I was
Wait.
a
Do
grade
you
8.
no? It's not about the supermarket itself. You understand that? It's about the idea that you use your money to give somebody money and they give you back a product. In Romania, we had a lot of markets, like fresh markets, and then we didn't have a lot of supermarkets growing up, and yet we still have enough products to thrive on a plant-based diet. I'm still failing to understand
but we
because
don't.
we already said let's start on the premise that if you can thrive on a plant-based diet and you have access to all of those, is there any
No, I
reason
just
for you
told
to
you.
continue
I
oppressing
just
animals?
told you like some
Yo,
people
I
may not.
can't.
I don't
I just
care.
told you
Let's
that
start
some
on that
people.
premise.
Wait.
I don't care if you think
Wait a
some people
second.
do it or not. I don't care. You can't
Wait.
speak for other people, just like you can't speak for myself. I'm here to talk about morality.
Yeah.
I'm not here to talk about digestion and whether you
No,
think
I mean,
you have
I'm.
certain opinions that are, by the way, unfounded because, as you said, you have no knowledge on this matter. So you seem to be bringing up some things into that you know nothing about and trying to justify something extremely immoral. So can you please let's talk about morality and not
Yeah,
digestion.
if you're talking about morality, I'll stand by you. I'm
So-
not even arguing.
So you agree that if you are provided with the resources to thrive on a plant-based diet within your budget, within your region, then you have a moral obligation to be vegan.
Yeah, if all of these people they have access to
No,
everything,
you.
I
I'm
would
not talking
agree with
about.
you.
I'm not talking about all these people. I'm talking about you. If you are provided with the resources because again, you are responsible for your choices. So if you are provided with the resources to thrive on a plant-based diet, then is there any reason for you to oppress an animal in the upcoming future?
Yeah, I have no reason. I would accept it too.
Thank you.
I would agree with you.
Thank you, because
That's
this
what
is
I'm
really
saying.
tiring.
To even get that within an acceptable budget is difficult alone. Not only the special requirements for a vegan diet.
Do you have any evidence for that? Because I have 3 studies showing that
The
it is actually
evidence
30%
is in the
cheaper
money
in
alone.
Western countries. I have evidence. Well, in the money alone, you see, you have not tried a plant-based diet, so how would you know? You only look at certain products, but you don't judge it. You don't judge a diet based on the one product that you
prices
buy.
in my own supermarket.
Yeah,
What
but
are
you
talking
see,
about?
but even in your own
So how are you going to
supermarket,
tell
you
me
will find
I can't
even
afford
in
it
your
because of
own
your bullshit
supermarket.
study
No,
you got off
even
of Western supermarkets? You can afford this for 30% cheaper. Is bullshit.
Sure, even
It's
in
bullshit.
your own.
I'm
Sure.
sorry to tell you.
So let's go by the same premise. If you can find a way, if we give you resources to help you thrive on a plant-based diet within
If you
your
give
budget,
somebody resources,
if
you
I
have
give
to
you,
yourself the resources.
if I give you those resources that
I
you
will
can
still
thrive
eat
on a plant.
meat.
There
I
you
will
go.
still
So it
eat
doesn't
meat.
really matter. Why are you fucking
It
bringing
doesn't.
this up if it doesn't matter? You fucking hypocrite. You just bring this up in order to make a point that's not even a point. Oh God, I'm getting annoyed.
It's a waste of our. It's a
Yo,
waste of our
guys,
time.
wait.
Think about it from our perspective. It's a waste of our time. You're wasting our time.
You're wasting my time trying to tell me I'm morally wrong for eating meat. You're full
You
of
are
shit,
morally
bro.
wrong.
You are.
You are morally wrong.
You
You're
just
trying to tell
admit.
me I have an obligation to not eat animals.
You
just by being a fucking
you
omnivore.
just admit you
That's
just
bullshit.
admitted you just
It goes
admitted
against all
you just
biology.
admitted you
You don't
just
even
admitted
understand what a fruit-
I muted you. You just admitted that you can thrive on a plant-based if you can thrive on a plant-based diet, you would still choose to oppress animals. You just admitted that, okay? So it doesn't
Said that, yeah.
There you
He
go.
did say that.
Yo.
Yeah, exactly.
Yo, wait
It's
a
like-
second, bro. Can I say like something? Basically,
Sure.
I'm just getting now a little bit off topic, but not completely, okay? Basically, if you find a resource, like a source where everything said in that like book or something, it's true, and there is no like there is nothing wrong in that book, would you follow it? I'm not trying like to convince you to do anything. I'm just asking you a question. Would you follow that book?
No, I would follow empirical evidence. I don't follow a single source or a book or what somebody says. I follow empirical evidence.
But if everything in that book it's proven, like if everything
There is
in
no
that
way
book
to
is
prove.
proven
Let
true,
let me put it this way: there's no way to prove anything other than with logic. Like there's certain things that you can prove using mathematics and logic, and there's certain things you can prove with data. If it's something that it's bounded in reality, you will need data to prove it. So that book saying something that doesn't mean anything, you just need the empirical data behind it. So if you provide empirical data, yet again, we will choose. We will believe you.
Okay, wait. But if that book that is saying some saying things that are proven in our years, like the 21st century, but that book said it in the 15th century. Would you believe that book? Would you think that book
No.
is exceptional because
No.
it's saying something
No.
and saying things? Basically,
No.
this book talked about one guy who
No.
used to rule a place. I'm getting too off topic, but
that
it's
doesn't
like
mean anything.
relevant. Okay,
That-
it's relevant. Wait, can I
We're
explain the
disagreeing
point?
with we're disagreeing with the early premises. Loading up is not going to work. Okay, we're just going to disagree with it all the way
Wait,
across the board.
can I
okay?
explain? Like,
You
can I explain
can,
my
but
point?
you know we're going to disagree with everything you're saying.
Yeah, we
Go
don't
ahead.
go by the book. We don't care about a single book that says, even if you're saying that, well, this book said 300 years ago something that was proved to be true now, it doesn't mean that everything
14th years ago.
doesn't even matter. It doesn't mean that everything that's said in that book is true. Do you understand that? It's fallacious to say that just because something is in a book, where even if 99% of that book is true, that doesn't mean that the rest of 1% is also true.
Oh,
You
yeah,
still need the
I
empirical
believe
data
you.
to
I
prove that.
believe you. But if that book, it's like 1400 years old, man, and he's talking about things that are in these years, in our modern years, that are proven true, and even our
provide an argument
technology couldn't prove. I would follow that book 100%.
Look, I'm totally down with you.
1400 years ago.
Hey, my buddy, I'm totally down with everything you're saying. If you can provide an argument, a logical argument, set of premises, followed by a conclusion, that'd be amazing. Thank you.
Okay, you're talking about like vegan-related arguments, am I right?
Anything for your religion or
morality.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anything morality,
Thank you
yeah,
very much.
that'd be
Wait.
amazing. Thank you.
Okay.
Just a set of premises followed by a conclusion that I can look at as a syllogism would be great. Thank you.
Okay, there is a story in this book. There is. Wait a second, please. My brother is bothering me.
I'd rather be.
Wait, my brother is bothering me. Wait a second.
Anyone else not vegan here?
Okay, there is. This is talking about a guy who this guy used to rule a place. Okay, this guy, they explained the way he died in detail. Okay, they said he had mud and like salt remains in his mouth. In our modern years, they proved it true. Imagine a book saying that 1400 years ago. And
what are we doing
they
now?
didn't even find. They didn't
What
even
is
find
this?
the body back then. Okay.
Just run right.
Wait. He told me to explain which argument I want. Okay.
No, I wanted an argument. I wanted a set of premises followed by conclusion.
Yeah.
But you don't have that for your God, so we were going to move on to people who wanted
I can't really like
talk about
we
animal
can't really
activism.
Like find.
That's why we wanted to talk
can't
about.
Really
okay, buddy.
find a way. We can't
That's
really
fine.
find
Look,
a way to
you're going to send me in DMs, okay, but okay, let's
we
move on.
can't really debate because like I'm
can we move on?
religious. I believe. Wait, we can't really debate because I believe in my religion and shit, and you believe in science. So we can't really get to a point. Like I will even
we're in the same person.
Yeah, even if I try to use science-based like arguments, I will still come back to religion. So I can't really myself like talk and like convince you, you know. But
you can't convince me because you don't have an argument.
Nah,
an argument, I mean a set of premises.
Bro, it's like it's like fucking Einstein going to a village and saying to people, you don't have an argument,
just looking
bro.
for an argument.
Wait, are you calling yourself similar to Einstein going into a village and Einstein had premises and logical things behind it. Come on, man. Not a book that somebody said one thing hundreds of years ago.
He made logical predictions about I think it's the precession of Mercury. He broke paradigm. It's scientific realism.
That are educated on this topic, not just regular people, okay? I'm talking that in this situation, the participants in here are the fucking villagers, and you are that chip guy.
Anyway, we were talking
You
about
are in
veganism.
this situation
So-
fucking Einstein, because like you know about what you're talking about. So
Yeah.
what about talking to us people who are under not educated enough to talk in this topic, and go talk to people who are have specialties in that, except like someone like, do you know Kirk?
Ora,
the guy
ora,
who
ora,
talks
ora,
about
ora,
carbon
ora, ora.
culture?
Okay, okay, you have to stop for a
Not that
second.
guy.
I've already explained it very simple. We've already put the premise simply, okay? If you realize that you do not need to consume animal products and you can thrive on a plant-based diet, we've already put that premise. We don't want to dispute that premise because of the same reason that you're saying. The fact that maybe some of us are experienced, some of us aren't. And if you realize that you can thrive on a plant-based diet, would you still consume animal products?
Nah, I wouldn't.
So you wouldn't oppress animals anymore. There you go. No. So the fact that you think you need to, yeah, it's I don't care what you think is that you need to or not, because we've already been through this before. We can give you resources to help with that. Are you not unwilling to take those resources? We can give you resources to help you thrive on a plant-based diet. Why would you not want to do that if you say that you would?
Yeah. Can you help a person who has G6PD deficiency, who can't eat half of the planet, help him have a plant-based diet? He can't.
Maybe.
We are simply programmed to eat meat and plants.
I'm not gonna listen, man. When I said I didn't say I will help you. There will be experts helping you experts in the matter helping you. Okay. So if you find, like, I'm sure that even you who believes in a sacred book can trust a doctor, right? Even you, if you have a broken leg, will probably go to a doctor. So even you can trust the experts in the matter. So a doctor who is absolutely an expert in nutrition, a dietitian who has done tens of years in nutrition. And if you have a physical condition that would somehow not suffice, you could not be plant-based, then I'm sure that they can handle it and help you either thrive or you would reach the same conclusion where you would say you need animal products. But the only way for you to know for sure is for you to try that resource. Otherwise,
I tried.
No, you didn't try. How did you know? You tried our resource? Which resource did you try?
Yeah, I tried. I did my research. So
you did your research. You did your research. Does that mean you tried? What exactly did you try?
Yeah, I tried. I tried basically I stopped when I found that bees are being exploited to produce vegan products. And when I found the ozone layer is being punctured with a hole for transporting vegan products from Brazil and shit.
Oh God, another one spewing misinformation. Okay, Aura, I'm gonna mute you because I'm no longer interested in having a conversation with you. And I muted you, Aura. Thank you for that. So everybody, I'm actually gonna exit this channel because I'm pretty tired of all these conversations.
Yeah, all right, yeah, man.
I'm gonna end the stream soon. Cheers. You guys can stay, by the way. Don't leave. Only I will leave.
Good job, Chip.
Hey, Chip. I appreciated the conversation, brother. I know I was a little bit of a troll, but I mean, there's still other reasons why I still choose to eat meat. I mean, the nutrition part of it, it's easier to get those nutrients through consuming meat. And there's certain vitamins that are only found in meat.
Yes. Wait. Before I go, you guys can already have this conversation. Postmortem actually has empirical evidence for that. But before I go, you appreciated the conversation. I hope you will come back and have conversations with us. But I also hope that you at least listen to some form of evidence that we can provide to you with. Because if no evidence that we provide you with will ever change your mind, that means you have a bigoted position, and that's not something we want. Okay, we will change our mind if you present us with with enough evidence that goes against what we're saying is true. Okay, but if we provide you with the right evidence, you should also change your mind. Can we agree on that?
Exactly. We challenge to come at.
Okay, that's it. I'm tired. I'm got tired from the conversations. Everybody, if you want to go listen to the conversations, they're still doing them. Oh, damn it. The amount of conversations we had today. I actually I got a bit intense at times. I'm sorry about it, everybody. I'm pretty much a chill guy, and I was pretty chill in the morning, I've been, oh my god, I've been here for 4 hours. I appreciate everybody who made donations. I appreciate everybody for being here. I hope you've learned something from this. I hope if you're not vegan, let me drop in the 3 movies. Let me drop in the 3 minutes. I think my microphone changed. I hope it's okay now. Okay, I'm gonna drop the 3-minute video right here. You did great. Oh no, I'm not too hard. Thank you, David. I'm not that hard. I think we just had a lot of conversations and I got really tired and yeah, and that's it. But I appreciate everybody being here. Yeah, Twisted did a great job. So did Tone, by the way. Tone did a great job. And speaking of Tone and Draculum tied for first place last time in the comments section. So that's pretty cool, huh? Yeah, Tone and Draculum were first place, and they were merely 12 seconds away, and Lewis was second place with 4 seconds afterwards, which was impressive. I'm just saying, it's impressive. I will see you in the next one, everybody. I'll drop this video that I'm gonna drop right now in the comments. If you're not vegan, give this a watch. It's 3 minutes out of your time, just to understand what we're talking about a little bit better. Okay, that's it. We're not trying to get you to do anything other than understand what we're fighting for here, what we're fighting against. You might realize that you are with us on the same page, because we actually are. The sad reality, the absolute sad reality, is that vegans and non-vegans share considerably more values than we don't share. We agree on considerably more things than the things that we don't agree on. The only thing is that we get bogged down on these details, and the thing that stands between us, the things that drives this divide so much between us, is the fact that animal agriculture, animal industries are paying sums of money to keep this divide, to keep you in the dark, and to tell you, hey, go with this argument. Hey, like animal agriculture literally pays large sums of money to debunk a lot of stuff from plant-based diets, and a lot of the times they end up proving us. So, and then they of course don't mention the study anymore. So I'm just saying, like, we don't have any financial incentive in the game. I mean, I appreciate everybody donating, but I'm not doing that for the donations or anything. So I'm just saying, like, we don't have any money in the game. We just want to do it for the animals. We care about animals. I'm sure everybody listening here cares about animals. So if you do, give that a watch. It's a 3-minute video. See what this is. Maybe you will agree with us. I'll drop it again in the chat. It's also in the description of the stream. And if you agree with us that what you're seeing there is horrible, then ask yourself what you can do about it, and maybe look yourself a little bit deeper. That's all we want. We just want education and people to make the right choices, and I wholeheartedly believe that we will make the right choices if given and presented with the correct data. So thank you so much, everybody. If you're not vegan, go vegan. If you are vegan, speak up for animals. I think you'll speaking up for animals will yield some good results. And I'll see you in the next one. It might be tomorrow. Or it might be, I don't know, maybe Sunday before We the Free, or if not, next week. We'll see. I don't know yet, but either way, thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Have an awesome day, and stay. I was gonna say stay something. Stay vegan. Stay beautiful. Respect animals. Axel, oh, thank you, Axel. You did. Wait, let me put this alert. Huh? It's. Okay, put it in the middle. Axel said, you left before I could tell you my phone died. Last week, my 1 rep maximum bench press was 140 pounds, but today I did 5 sets of 5 reps at 130 pounds. Axel, hell yeah, that's awesome, man. That's really cool. That's a really good progression. Emma's honey, are you looking to get, I don't know why you're spewing these nonsensical things, but I will put you in a timeout. even if I will leave soon, please stop mentioning this crap. Just stop it with that. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. We do have a contest here. I give mentions to the people who drop the first comment. Be aware that Dracolum is insanely fast. Within seconds, he will drop comments. Maybe Tone will also be fast right now. Who knows? But I think he's still in the conversations there. Thank you so much for everybody who supported, who had conversations in the chat. Thank you, Axel, for being an awesome animal rights activist also in the Discord stream. Thank you, Tone, for being an awesome animal rights activist in the stream. Val, I'm sure I'm missing some people, but there were a lot of awesome animal rights activists in there. And if you guys ever make YouTube channels or something, or you want me to mention some of those social media stuff, please let me know, because I think a lot of people want to follow you based on your argumentation skills and everything. Have an awesome day. Stay vegan. Speak up for animals. And, there's no reason not to be vegan. Watch the 3-minute video. Again, 3 minutes out of your time. 3 minutes. Literally 3 minutes. Bye, everybody.